M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, we'll be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and talk about an insane day already as we are opening up the gates for week 4, day 3, and amazing teams already on the way to compete. We are looking at Los Eggs going up against Team Saint in a best of 3, and then for Series 2, Salsa Lagu Bang. It's gonna be the first time I've ever seen this team compete, and they're going up against Excellent Era, a team we've seen competing since the opening of the MLSA in Season 1, and then to finish off the day, Fnatic Esports going up against Shadow 9. Fnatic, a team we've seen competing in Season 2, and Shadow 9 we've seen compete inside of the Valentine Dash going up against the Valleys. So I'm super excited to see all of these teams today. And speaking of the teams, 2 already ready to embark inside of the Land of Dawn, Los Eggs and Team Saint. Joined on the desk with myself, I do have the man with the plan, all the way from Team Gosu Yue in the building to break down these items and keys to victory as your analyst, and I will be your play-by-play. How you doing today, Gosu Yue?
Appreciate the introduction, Wheezy. Now, in terms of these two teams, right, Los Eggs and Team Saint, I actually have heard of Team Saint quite a bit. Some of them are on my friends list. I'm not sure. Let me see. Who do I know? OSP Blazer is back out once again. Has he been jumping around different teams recently? Because I've seen him quite a bit in different teams already.
Yeah, he's definitely a popular player. I feel like I've seen him kind of bounce around a couple of teams also, but I feel like this may be his actual team for NACT. So I'm excited to see what he brings to the table. Already a lot of quick bans. They're not even waiting for the timer. It looks like they're going in with the game plan already, and you are seeing that glue and that Fanny taken down from the side of Los Eggs.
Yep, we like that glue ban. We like that Fanny ban. It's actually interesting for the Fanny bans because, you know, in a lot of the plays, in a lot of the top tier plays, not many people are still banning out the Fanny, but everyone still likes to play them here in MLSA. Now, the Fredrin ban, of course, just again, one of those really, really good jungle, really good fast clear, you know, high priority towards that neutral objective, that turtle, and Arlot being banned out, right? One of the new heroes still not being left open. Now, again, there's no marksman bans on the table. There is no Joy ban actually on the table, and a lot of the mages have been left open. We're talking about Valentina, Eve, and Farsa, right? So in terms of the next ban from coming from Team Saint, I wonder if they're going to prioritize anything towards that marksman or even that mage ban.
Yeah, you're making some excellent points, right? That Valentina and that Eve, but also Joy has walked alongside the Kaja, and so I'm wondering what they're going to opt in to take out for the final ban on the first phase. Something definitely is going to work inside of Los Eggs' favor, as they do have first pick. And now, with 10 seconds on the board, they are going to go ahead and take out this Edith. That wasn't even none of the four that we named. And I mean, Edith did get a recent patch, recent buff. But I'm not really sure if it was worth the ban, but maybe a little bit of homework. Maybe they have a comfort pick Edith on Los Eggs.
Yeah, Edith actually one of those really cool heroes, able to transform with that with that ultimate ability and just, you know, have that kill pressure, right? The 1 and the 2, be able to knock up into a knock up once again. So Edith actually has so much kill pressure. Now with so many heroes being available, again, you know, the Eve, the Kaja, they do pick up that Kaja. So I'm assuming, you know, the Eve might get locked in, or they actually might prioritize towards maybe a 1-1 or even a Lapu Lapu coming in from this draft.
Yeah, and that's interesting, right? When they pick up the Kaja, I'm wondering if that was a plan for Team Saint. Is they had the opportunity to ban it out, but they opted in for that Edith. So with that Kaja being in play, that is going to give a hard time for any of the junglers, as you do have that suppression and also the Joy as well. And OSP players are going to go with something we typically see from time to time again in the XP lane, a strong pick, even with the recent nerfs still dominating the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, the Lapu Lapu is in play for Blazer, and we've seen him on this Lapu Lapu doing so much, being the first one there at the turtle, and the Joy does not get picked up. Maybe it's because they're scared of the Kaja, right? So some of the picks that you could actually go against the Kaja would be like an Atlas, where the Kaja comes in with that Divine Judgment, but the Atlas is able to use that Fatal Links to just relock all the enemies back into their side. And we do see this Julian being picked up, one of those heroes that have been receiving these buffs. Also with that Jujutsu Kaisen skin, just make him super stylish. And on the side of teams, on the side of Los Eggs right now, so much magic damage, Wheezy.
Yeah, there's a lot of magic damage there, and also mobility provided by Vin on this Joy. But locking in that Eve, right? You do have that artillery mage with the manipulation, that 5x5 to control a whole area, but you gotta kind of keep in mind there's still some options to counter her. Valentina still on the board, can definitely be slotted in. Not to mention the Lapu Lapu itself is a counter. He can rush in with the bravest fighter and try and burst her down while she is in that manipulation. And also Saint Laurent with this Julian, he can definitely rush in, enhance chains, and also fight from afar. So it might be a little bit more of a difficult time for Yana on this Eve.
Yeah, it seems like Team Saint is well prepared, coming in with that Kufra, you know, not being so scared of the Kaja, right? And actually, there's a lot of flex picks being shown in this draft right now. The Joy is able to go both the EXP and the jungle. The Kaja, again, the EXP jungle and roam position. And coming in from Team Saint, you do have that Julian. You know, that's one of the heroes that can go that mage position, jungle or EXP. But since there is a Lapu Lapu on the board, the Julian should be going into that jungle or mage position.
And you know, kind of mentioning the way the ban is going so far, you see the Barats being banned down. It looks like Team Satan is expecting a jungler to still be slotted, so maybe they're not anticipating this Kaja being the jungle, but it still can't be an option like you stated. But with that Kufra being locked in, right, that may give an assassin a little bit of a harder time. That Hayabusa, any hero that kind of profits off of dashes and mobility, may be a possible problem. Even the Joy, matter of fact. So I am liking that Kufra being slotted by Super Haze on Team Saint.
Super Haze on that Team Saint. Now, an interesting ban just came out. You see that Atlas, right? The Atlas is good traditionally against the Kaja, but there is a Kufra on the board. You think there's an extra strategy coming in play, or Los Eggs just a little bit of a miscommunication on that ban towards the Atlas, Weezy?
I'm just as confused as you are, because unless we're seeing a Kufra get slotted somewhere else outside of the rope, yeah, maybe. I mean, hey, I think I've seen it like one time before, but not in the MLSA. That was like definitely somewhere overseas. But this is definitely going to be a first, and I wonder if that was just a misread, not realizing that Kufra was slotted. And now the final ban for the side of Los Eggs, they're going to go ahead and take out the Moskov.
Yeah, taking out the Moskov and the 1-1 off of this draft board, right? So the 1-1 for me, it's a great band. I know a lot of people still don't like it. I really do like it. It might not be a first pick type of hero, but just overall with the ability to just move after every attack, along with that crossbow tang, 1-1 still provides a lot of damage towards the late game, especially building up to that Demon Hunter Sword, Croatian Scythe, and you know, just able to just immune so much damage as Team Saints locks in that marksman position. So in terms of Team Saint right now, right, they still have that Julian flex pick. They're able to just put it towards that mid lane or even the jungle position. I wonder what kind of physical damage heroes Los Egg is going to be picking up right here.
Yeah, they definitely have only two options left, and maybe we'll see who they're going to slide in the jungle. Are they going to go the assassin route, which is still an option, but you got to keep in mind Super Haze is in the building, so I really wonder which way it'll go. They also can pick, I don't know, the Martis is still available. Anti-CC definitely working at its finest, but for the marksman, they definitely need something that's late game damage dealer, and the Brody's still walking, and I'm wondering if they're going to pick the Brody up here. Definitely could be a viable option, and looks like they're going to go in for Leslie instead, and Sunny's going to pick up that Akai.
Yeah, just like you said, we weren't unsure if they were going to go for that assassin route or that jungle route from Lost Egg, but I think looking at Super Haze on that Kufra with the Tyrant's Revenge and the bouncing ball, you can't really expect a Ling or Hayabusa picked. So, you know, I really do like the draft coming in from Lost Egg right now with that utility type of jungle, and also from Team Saint, we do have that last pick on that Faramis, which pretty much explains that the Julian is going to be in the jungle.
Now, I was screaming a Valentina pick. I would have picked Valentina if I was them, just because they could have took Akai's heavy spin. They could have had the manipulation from Eve. They could have had the divine judgment from Kaja. But gonna go in for this Faramis instead to be able to have that co-alter, some sustainability in their disposal. And I guess in theory it still works. I feel like the Valentina could have been a stronger answer, but it has both drafts are locked in. Ladies and gentlemen, the polls are live on YouTube. Who are you guys voting for taking game one for the first series of the day? Is it gonna be Los Eggs, the second team underneath Huevo, or will it be Team Saint? As we are jumping into the match, we do have the amazing Gosu Yue as the analyst, and I gotta extend that question over to you as well, at least for the early phase, make it a little easier. Who do you think will kind of dominate with this first turtle objective?
So here, I'm gonna share a little bit of an insight on this Leslie pick, okay? I'm gonna vote for Team Saint just because of what Los Egg actually drafted this game. I'm not sure if it's a miscommunication or just a strategy, but having so much magic damage, right? And there is actually a cut going through the box, the top side, but just so much magic damage along with the Leslie, and Leslie's one of those heroes that don't even use a penetration item, and they just try to go for kind of like a Blade of Despair and a Kufra set coming in right now.
Already taking Vin very low. He is going to use that Vengeance as well, but look at Super Haze, same situation, basic attack, almost able to burst him down within the first minute of this game, and you're already seeing the team spirit from both sides of the table.
Yeah, the team spirit coming in from both sides of the table. Team Saint just has that well-balanced draft, especially with the Claude and the Lapu Lapu just bringing two physicals on both sides of the map, along with, you know, the magic damage coming in from the jungler and from the mage. But Lost Egg right here, what I think they're lacking is physical damage. The Leslie does scale into that physical damage, a late game marksman, but just takes such a long time. And with so much magic damage on the board, I don't know if they're able to really take these objectives early against Team Saint's draft.
Yeah, it's definitely a good point you make. Not having some strong physical damage, and already seeing the suppression going in. A lot of utility on the board. The enhanced change for the knockup. St. Laurent getting first blood, takes down Kaja over there, the jungler for the side of Los Eggs.
Yeah, Kaja with the divine judgment trying to go in for a pick, but Super Haze was just right on top of that, being able to set two of them right up right before this near objective that's happening. Now with a lot of spells being burned, right, the Kai already flicker is gone. You know, you're just not going to be unable to really go out and try to see and get the information for Los Eggs' team, right? Team Saint looking right here in position, is already starting on the turtle, has a great pool, but the Kaja is coming up.
He's gonna wind up Tyrant's Revenge going in for the CC, and now a lot of damage onto him. Turtle is gonna go to Team Saint, and maybe a possible kill as well, but you are seeing the heavy spin to kind of kite the damage and pin Blazer onto the wall. A good read over there by Sunny on Akai, and now it looks like Blazer is gonna disengage, but not before the electrifying beats does some additional damage to him, but doesn't opt in for the kill. And it looks like Team Saint, who already took first blood, now takes the first turtle.
After taking the first turtle, they are looking to rotate bot side. Blazer is on that Braves fighter stance, is able to chunk out so much damage coming in from that Joy, and there might be a little bit of fight coming out bot side, but it looks like they actually disengaged. Now in terms of some of the mid games, right, that second turtle objective coming up, I do think this Tyrant Rage is going to be one of that priority skills, especially if they're able to lock on some of the specific units. And the Akai, again, with that heavy spin, should be able to negate some of the CCs coming in from Team Saint, but I just don't know if that's actually going to be enough as he charges up.
You are going to see the Tyrant's Revenge going in, but a heavy spin onto Super Haze. Sunny is going to pick up that kill. Down goes Kufra, not the bush you want to check. And now the co-alter to respond. Blazing Duet going out for the AoE damage inside of the manipulation. The suppression. Faith is going to take down Saint Snow. And now you are going to see Faramis pick up a kill. Takes down Yana on the E. But wait a minute. St. Laurent hit with the ultimate sniper. There goes one. There goes two. But you are going to see Faramis block the damage. Enhanced change for the knockup. But the headbutt over there by Akai. Bursted down by Faramis on the backdoor play. Faith is going to take down Faramis in response, but Kaz is going to take down Julian, and Faramis picking up a double is going to take out this marksman, and that's definitely some crazy engagement on the bottom side, and you're going to see a lot of members falling 4-4 on the board, only 4 minutes in.
Yeah, 44 on the board. There's a lot of trades being happening. Now, we can notice that some of the items that are actually being picked up, right? Faramis actually has that book, able to get to that 25% damage cooldown reduction so early onto the map. The Eve is also going for that Enchanted Talisman, so it tells me that, hey, every single time an objective is happening, the real world manipulation is going to be up. And Super Haze right here just being extremely annoying, right? Taking away the little wonder, and it looks like a heavy spin might be coming into play, but Sunny is actually extremely disciplined, holding on to that heavy spin before this objective is going to be popped up.
And you are seeing a little bit of aggro pulled for the side of Los Eggs, trying to secure this objective, and looks like St. Laurent is going to go ahead and steal it inside of that heavy spin. Super Haze is going to be pinned on that wall with the co-alter to respond, and now Faramis is going to make Sunny pay. He's going to go ahead and burst him down, and you're going to see both turtles so far going to Team Saint, but the Divine Judgment for the suppression onto St. Laurent, hit with the manipulation. Can he get away? No, Yana is going to take him down, but you are seeing some focus. The 3-man stack in the mid lane from Team Saint, trying to put some pressure and possibly go for this tier 1 turret in the mid, but I'm not really going to see this happening considering Yana is still full HP, may be able to fight this off, but look at Super Haze was going to possibly rush in with that Tyrant's Revenge, but no, he's not going to be able to do it. But you are going to see them chip this turret down with no contest over there from Yana, but they were not able to take it down all the way. And now the Tyrant's Revenge for the stun on the wall. Faith in the bad situation. Super Haze is going to burst him down with the bouncing ball, but look at Sunny headbutt onto Faramis. Do a little bit of chip damage, but not able to really secure the kill. And right now, 6-5, Team Saint leading the way and taking, almost taking the tier 1 turret for the mid lane.
Yeah, you guys are really going to start seeing a lot of mixed damage being skilled into Team Saint as that electrifying beats is able to take down St. Laurent on that Julian. Now, in terms of some of the team counts that Team Saint has, again, they have both of these physical damage dealers, that Claude coming in from the bot side and the Lapu Lapu coming in from the top side. So they're just going to be able to really do so much damage early as a little dive coming in from the bot side.
You are seeing Los Eggs mad about losing their tier 1 turret on the top topside is going to try and get the mirror image effect on the bottom lane, but it looks like Team Saint was able to hold them off.
Yeah, Team Saint held them off. Although the heavy spin was popped, the cooldown should come right back up. Now, why I think that Team Saint's draft actually is a little bit better, again, it's just because this Leslie, right? She's one of those heroes that does not need Malefic Roar. So actually, what we like to counter Leslie with is with a lot of health. And guess what kind of items has a lot of health? That Radiant Armor and also that Athena Shield, right? And the Radiant Armor is being brought up right by that Kufra, so just a lot of the damage, early on damage, is going to be negated from Lost Eggs' draft as they take this turtle.
It looks like Lost Eggs is going to go ahead and try and secure this third turtle. We've seen the first and second one not work in their favor, but maybe third time is the charm. But Team Saint right behind it. Saint Laurent again is going to take the turtle away from Los Eggs. What are we seeing right now? Manipulation dropping down. Ult being activated from Faramis to get out just in time, but the Blazing Duet rushing into the back line. You're going to see Saint Snow do some damage. You're going to see this Kaja take down Blazer on the Lapu Lapu though, but the enhanced chains taking out Vin on the Joy, and that is going to be one member down for both sides.
Yeah, Flicker being popped down by the Leslie. He is trying to get that Claude, but just a little bit overextend as St. Laurent is able to pick that Leslie up on that Julian, right? Team Saint right now just have so much dominance in terms of these objectives. Although Los Aegis the one started them, Team Saint's just able to hover over the map and be able to get that last finishing touch on these objectives. And again, some of these team comps is just, you know, the scaling is just coming right into play. The mixed damage coming from that Claude and the heavy spin coming in from the boss side.
You are seeing Julian possibly regretting this decision. Now gonna get bursted down by Sunny. Some good zoners over there with that heavy spin to push him into that tier 2 turret.
Yeah, Lost Eggs does have that heavy spin, does have that divine judgment, just able to really suppress a single target and make sure that they are able to get a couple kills. But what Team Saint has on their backs is that cold ultra coming in from the Faramis and also the Tyrant's Revenge as the Braves Fighter Stance gets popped.
And you are going to see the Raging Slash, but grabbed by the suppression of the Divine Judgment. Not enough to stop him, though. One-man army make that 2. Faramis jumping in for the cold ultra to save Blazer just in time, but may cost him his life as down goes the manipulation. He is going to flicker out just in time, though, and talk about a save, but look at Akai trying to get the headbutt hit with the Phantom's Steed. It's going to pull him back. The Shadow Stampede, actually. You're going to see the ultimate sniper in effect, though. There goes 1, there goes 2, and now you are going to see Kaji with the Ringo Order trying to get that double kill, but no, Blazer's going to deny him and take him down.
A lot of these kills coming in from both teams is just a small miscalculation, a little bit of over-aggression, or just being a little bit greedy, right? I feel like both teams right now, they kind of have to be a little bit more disciplined. They got to go for these objectives. They got to fight when necessary and just kind of back out and save some of their ultimates and some of their spells because, you know, just looking up on the board, Lost Egg has all the spells available as Team Saint's able to take down this Lord real quick.
That's going to be another objective in their hands. Team Saint just having an easier time when it comes to these objectives. They haven't even lost a single turret. They've gotten 3 turtles and also the first Lord. I don't think there's nothing they haven't got inside of this game for the early phases. We are now at that 10-minute mark transitioning to the mid game.
Yeah, into the mid games as we see some of the items, the electrifying beats coming down on the Lapu Lapu, but just is not able to close out as St. Laurent is able to really try to come in with it, but is not able to get anything out of his chain skill. Now the Kai comes in with the heavy spin.
Is going to try and get a pin onto the wall, but the enhanced sword over there by Julian for the evasion, and now the land shaker for the stun provided over there by Blazer. Going to rush out with the Raging Slash. Well, ult being activated to save the team, but the Void Crystal over there from Eve trying to give some slow, and down goes the manipulation and the Divine Judgment. And Faramis not able to escape, but that's okay. He provided that sustainability for his team to get out of that slippery slope.
Yeah, the slippery slope, the electrifying beats comes in, but Claude is able to just barely die, including that blazing duet that's just wasted. Now, some of the items that are being picked up on the board, right? Claude is able to pick up that Athena shield really early. Again, just with the Leslie just being that only physical damage dealer, Team Saint's just able to build so much magic resist to counteract just that Leslie coming in. And also some of the other items that are coming up, right? We do see 2 dominants coming in from both sides. The Kufra is able to build up that dominance, and so is the Lapu Lapu. And Eve on that Enchanted Talisman along with the Ice Queen wand is building up towards that glowing wand, and a little bit of fight coming in once again.
You're going to see the Tyrant's Revenge into the wall and the manipulation drop down. Divine Judgment pulling him into the turret. Super Haze hit with just about any combination you could have thought of. And he's going to be sent to the casters as Vin taking down Saint Laurent. 2 members off the board for the side of Team Saint. You are seeing a little bit of a response from Los Eggs, leading in terms of kills, but in terms of the map, the tier 2 turret is going to fall. Team Saint taking yet another objective.
You're right about that kills. I honestly think it's because of that Kaja pick, right? They opt to ban out that Edith early on, and right now the Kaja is just really hurting them in terms of some of the kills that are being on the board. But what's actually good from Team Saint is that they are able to get most of the outer towers with this Lord coming in, marching down right now. And again, some of the items that are being built up on the board, Kaja does have 2 defensive items, that Oracle with that Athena's shield. Joy is able to build up the concentrated energy to give a little bit of sustain, along with that Holy Crystal to really shoot out some of that magic damage. And also the Leslie, right? Building up to that Blade of Despair. It just takes so long, Wheezy, for that Leslie to scale into that, late game marksman.
Yeah, definitely taking a little bit of time. And even though Leslie does have the better KDA, though, you're looking at Saint Snow 0, 2, and 3, but he's still providing the utility his team needs with that AoE damage. And not to mention, they're still able to close in on all of these neutral objectives with little to no contest, as you are going to see Super Haze kind of giving some zonage to allow the team to take this Lord. And looks like they are going to pick it up as the Kai rushes in with the heavy spin, but not in time, and now he is going to pay for that. Knocked airborne. Blazer's going to take him down, and now on the chase, Kaza running back, realizes he doesn't want any of that. That's all a Kai by himself, and you are going to see Team Saint have a huge advantage now, not only pushing Los Eggs down to their inhibitors, but also having a Lord pushing down the mid lane.
Yeah, with the Lord coming down in mid lane, Team Saint is going to try to set up the Claude in a good position to hit that Blazing Duet from the backside. You do see that conceal play happening right now. See if he's going to go for anything. He does not go with Electrifying Beats coming in.
We are seeing Vin rush in. Very brave attack right there. Able to get out with barely any HP, but no! Saint Laurent saw him from a mile away, but now hit with the Divine Judgment. Needs to use that Enhanced Sword, but he is suppressed with the Winter Truncheon. Can he get out? There goes the Enhanced Sword just in time. What a play. But look at the heavy spin over there by Akai. Same situation, 1 HP escape as well. Blazing Duet going in from Claude, and you are going to see Yana pick up a kill. Takes down Saint Laurent with that Void Crystal.
Yeah, small overextension coming in from both sides, but I feel like Team Saint is going to be able to get a couple more towers in right now. Kufra does get bursted down, and the Akai is coming in onto that Blazer, but again, nothing is really happening again. Nothing is going to be happening for another couple more minutes until that next Lord gets popped up, right? Los Egg is able to pick up a couple kills, that Kufra and also Saint Laurent, especially with the full build on that Julian. But again, the kills being on the map right now, 14 to 11. Some of the items that are on the board right now, again, the glowing one is completed for that Eve, so he's going to be doing so much damage. We do see a Malefic Roar being picked up by the Lapu Lapu, so it tells me that Lapu Lapu is going to be ready for that backline as Eve picks up that Divine Glaive, and that might just be the saving grace, right? There's a lot of magic resist being picked up from Team Saint and also from Los Eggs, so I feel like that Divine Glaive might be that win condition coming up right now, as this next Lord is spawning in 50 more seconds, Sweezy.
You know, I kind of spoke about it in the draft. We talked about the Faramis, right? I was wondering if they would have picked up the Valentina, but right now you are seeing Faramis getting the job done, sitting at a 4, 2, and 6 KDA. Not too shabby, and definitely the team of Team Saint, doing a great job in this game so far. Even though they're down in kills, they're able to take every objective, and they haven't lost a single turret. We are now 15 minutes in, which means we are now in the late game, and that is not the easiest thing to do. So, like we said, they definitely came into this draft with a strong game plan.
Yeah, strong game plan. I feel like everyone on Team Saint just understands the mechanics of their hero as Joy looks to go in with Electrifying Beats.
He's going to use the Winter Truncheon, Electrifying Beats. The Vin just not enough! Saint Laurent taking down Vin, but Yana going to take him down to respond. High IQ plays from the Julian, but now you are going to see the Blazing Duet going in, rushing onto Faith, takes him down. No Leslie for you, Los Eggs. And that's going to be 2 members off the board, maybe making that 3, but the flicker outside of that Tyrant's Revenge for the maneuver, but look at the manipulation for the zonage as well. You are going to see the counterplay with that altar being activated over there to save Super Haze and the team. And now with this Luminous Lord spawned in, it looks like another objective may go inside of Team Saint's favor.
Yeah, a lot of the spells being popped up on the skirmish right before that Lord, right? Team Saint right now really is going to have a lot of the jungle pressure picking up that blue buff. It's probably going to go towards that Claude. And again, Team Saint's going to be able to get this objective uncontested. And Los Egg right now, I feel like they really have to try and figure out how they can get these picks going on as the Kaja is probably going to go in with the Divine Judgment onto that Lapu Lapu.
You see Blazer just risking it all for the team, and looks like he is providing that distraction. Everything wasted on him. Faith's gonna take him down, but not before Saint Snow takes this Luminous Lord for Team Saint.
Yeah, Team Saint right now, the one spell that is on the board available is on Super Haze, right? The Kufra is able to use that flicker jump into a Tyrant's Revenge. I think that's what Team Saint is going to be setting up right now. Now for Sunny, right? He's on the Akai. He has that heavy spin. He needs to make sure that when the Tyrant's Revenge is able to barely connect, he's able to use that heavy spin to counteract that CC. And again, put Faith in a good position, right? His name is Faith. We will have Faith in this game. Make sure he's able to burst down this Lord before the Tyrant Revenge is able to be popped, and it looks like he's about to go in.
Looks like he is about to go in, and I like that slogan, trust in Faith, for the side of Los Eggs. If they do want to turn this around in their favor, they were able to burst down this Lord with little to no contest, which is a good chance for them to be able to turn this around. But looking at Team Saint, only really two options here. Do we stay and engage for a possible clash, or do we wait for the next Lord? It looks like they are going to keep their foot on the gas for this fight, but not the wisest decisions. Divine Judgment going in, and the silence. They may be able to take out Super Haze, who did use that flicker outside of that manipulation. But down goes the Blazing Duet to respond. They are still going in for blood. Super Haze still hanging in there. How is he still alive? But look at the minions still closing in. Blazer going to be bursted down from Faith over there with that Raging Slash inside of the Nexus. Then going to take down Saint Laurent, and that is going to be 2 members off the board for the side of Los Eggs. Ultimate Sniper going in. Make that 3. Wait a minute. Super Haze blocking the damage, and now the full assault trying to take him down. Immortality has been procced. Will he finally be taken down off of this match? Oh my goodness, they were able to take him down with the killing spree. And this is what we were saying. Little mistakes, over aggression. Lots of times we see that translate to the losing team's side, and now Los Eggs is able to find their footing, and they're going to be able to take a possible tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
And this all started off with that Divine Judgment on that Kaja, right? Team Saint off the ban for that Edith, and you know, just giving that first pick priority Kaja over towards Los Eggs, and it's just really biting them right now as another engagement's happening.
Yana with the monster kill is going to go ahead and pick up the kill, taking down Saint Snow. Down goes the Void Crystal. They are pushing in for this tier 2 for the mid lane, but gonna get shut down. Faith taken out by this Faramis, and now will they be able to pick up another look at Kaja? Saint Laurent on the chase, but looks like no, they are gonna still go in for it. These two are not letting it go, and down goes the Landshaker for the stun. Immortality has been procced. Kaja in a bad situation. Blazer taking out Sunny, and now the enhanced change. Down goes Kaja. A little bit of a reverse counterplay in favor for Team Saint, who did not look like they had that advantage, but quickly took it back in their favor, and now gonna try and push in to end this game as the respawn timer is very high, and you only see Vin and Yana to defend, but down goes the manipulation. Lord has spawned in, and now the question is, does Team Saint go back, or do they go for this finish with the minions in the mid lane? You are going to see the Tyrant's Revenge on to the Nexus. Godlike Yana taking out Saint Laurent, though, and you are seeing Van, a one-man army, rushing in with the electrifying beats, handing out his mixtapes to the entire team of Team Saint, and it looks like they are going to go ahead and fight back, try and push out, but Faith's going to shut down Faramis, and looks like that was not the decision they wanted, not working in their favor, and now this is going to give the chance for Los Eggs to contest on this Luminous Lord.
Miscalculation coming in from Team Saint. We did see Saint Snow actually still in the base responding, and without a marksman, I don't think they had the firepower to just run through that real world manipulation, right? The Julian on Saint Laurent was just trying his best to get into position, but just was unable, as Faith is getting collapsed right now.
You are going to see some heavy engagement now. The battle over this high priority objective. This evolved Luminous Lord. Landshaker from Blazer is going to use the Raging Slash, but the Tyrant's Revenge onto the wall. Blazing Duet going down. Saint Snow taking out Faith. finds Leslie, the marksman for the side of Los Eggs, but they are not finished. They are going in for the kill, not even worried about the Lord. This is what they wanted. This is their time to shine. Kufra is going to wind up with the Tiger's Revenge, not able to connect though. Gonna use that bouncy ball to get out. Blazer gonna take down Vin. 2 members off the board for the side of Los Eggs. Can they make it 3? Look at Kaja. No, it is gonna be 3. Down he goes into the hands of Saint Snow, and now with the double takes out Sunny, leaving only Yana by himself. How did this happen? Where did they go wrong? Immortality has been procced, but now they're gonna shift their focus to the Nexus, and ladies and gentlemen, Team Saint takes game 1.
I guess we learned something today, right? We don't need a Valentina. We can just take the fair miss and really just push through against some of this Kaja pick that's, known for the divine judgment. Again, this fair miss, which is in Chinese letters, he's just able to do so much damage, especially with that early glowing wand and getting that 45% cooldown reduction from the Enchanted Talisman and that lightning Trutcham, right? Super Haze has also did extremely well, along with that Guardian helmet and building extremely tanky. Saint Snow 4, 3, and 6, able to pick up all the core items, that Malefic Roar on top of that Trinity build with a defensive item. And OSP Blazer, again, I feel like he is going to be the body bag of this team. And when we look at the other side from Los Eggs, right? Again, we talked about that Eve just doing so well. 8, 1, and 8. And also that Kaja, right? 2 of the good picks up on the board. Now let's take a look at some of the stats that are coming in, right? St. Lauren with that 26% damage dealt. He is that firepower of Team Saints draft. The Faramis also did extremely well with that 23%, and also the jungler and Blazer. You know, some of these golds, some of these damage is just even throughout the board, and some of the body bagging that's happening. Of course, Super Haze with the Kufra, able to just soak up so much damage, along with the Lapu Lapu. A little bit of a misplay coming from Blazers as some of the objectives, but he was still able to get that victory. Now, in terms of Los Eggs, right? One thing that I think they could do much better is maybe switch around the draft, right? Put that Akai in the jungle where he's able to retry with that with that heavy spin, and put the Kaja in that roam position. So maybe the flicker play would able to connect with the divine judgment easier on the targets that they would like to do. Wheezy?
Man, that was an intense game. I'm not gonna lie. For the first game of the day, I didn't expect it to be that explosive. 23-20, and you are gonna see the side of Team Saint prevail on Los Eggs, and that's gonna give them a slight advantage, as both of these teams are competing in a best of 3 for the first series of today. And already with Team Saint taking game 1, that's gonna put them at match point, meaning they can get a possible sweep for the first series. But the question is, how will Los Eggs respond? We know this is the second team from Pueblo. We know they have the fortitude, the mentality to be able to prevail, and the question is, how are they going to pull this off? I wouldn't say it was a one-sided story. It was a little bit more leaning toward Team Saints side in terms of prioritization of objectives. Maybe going into the next game, focusing more on the objectives and not allowing the snowball to happen so easily. We saw Team Saint take 3 turtles, every single turtle, matter of fact, and also every single Lord. So we need to see Los Eggs have a response and find a way to make the game work in their favor. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, as both of these teams are getting ready to embark back inside of the Land of Dawn for Game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought leaving that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I cut the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the MLSA and currently on week 4, day 3 for season 2, and two amazing teams competing out, going toe to toe. Game 1 was insane, a lot of fireworks popping off, but we were able to see Team Saint take the win with the fancy finish. And now for Game 2, the question of the day is, will Los Eggs be able to respond and even out the odds, or are they going to allow Team Saint to get the sweep? We saw Team Saint kind of dominate on all of the neutral objectives and also the able to finish it off with little to no problem. So I'm expecting a little bit more firepower from Los Eggs when it comes to the early phase to not allow the snowball to form up. And also joined on the desk with us, we have the amazing caster from the MLSA, one of the backbones. Master Rim is in the building to handle the analyst portion for these keys to victory and also item breakdowns. And I will be your play-by-play. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing great. It's a pleasure to be up here as usual to cast these aggressive teams, go at it, right? We saw a lot of things happen in the first game, and I like that you mentioned you want to see the side of Los Eggs have a response, right? Have some more firepower. In that last game, we did see them go for the more team fight composition-oriented draft, right? But speaking of drafts, looking at what's happening currently in this one, we are seeing the side of Team St. Banner, this Kaja did give them a little bit of a harder time in terms of getting the engages and fully committing to team fights, right? That Divine Judgment is capable of denying your team the opportunity to fully go for a pick-off or even a full-blown team fight, right? Speaking of team fights, again, that Keith being banned out, no real world manipulation, no utility is going to be coming out from her. We are seeing this a lot being banned as well on the side of Los Eggs, right? We know what he's capable of. He has the mobility, he has the damage, and he can also be flexing that EXP lane as well as that jungle. And speaking of EXP laner so far, this glue being banned out.
Yeah, you are going to see the Glue being banned out as well. One of those heroes that definitely can give a little bit of a harder time, but Glue got a recent, I want to say, was it a nerf? Maybe not a nerf, but not as strong as he used to be, right? With meta currently shifting, we see some teams not even worry about him at all. And with that being banned out, there's still some options on the table. The Kaja, the Joy, the Valentina is still walking too. Oh, oh, I didn't see the Kaja. Okay, so no Kaja. Okay, so that's a little bit better for the Glue being taken down, but still the Joy being an option, considering that there is mobility that can work in his favor now without that suppression. But it looks like they are going to opt in to take down that Fanny, and maybe knowing something about the opposing side, maybe they do have a Fanny ban. I'm not really sure, but you can never go wrong with the Fanny ban.
Absolutely right. But speaking of things not going wrong, we're seeing this Edith being picked up here on Blazer, right? UA, I think, mentioned before that she's one of those picks that has a lot of versatility, not only in her kit, but in the position that she can be in the map, right? She can be in that EXP laner, she could be in that gold lane, she could even opt in for that roam position, right? So there's a lot of things coming in for the side of Team Saint by slotting someone like her. It's a very solid first pick, and that's already letting you know that once they secure this type of frontline as their prio pick, they're going to be potentially trying to follow in for that dive composition, right? We saw them slot in that type of play style in that last game, and I'm hoping that this side of Los X has a response for it right now. We're seeing them hovering over this Julian as well as their gold lane picks for their first prio, and they're going to go ahead and lock in this Claude as well as this Julian there. And I'm not sure how I feel about the Claude, right? That's already one knockup that he's going up against, and now you see Super Haze countering that with another knockup as well as that Way of the Dragon, right? We do also see Saint Snow locking in this Brody. That's kind of an even matchup. So I do think the side of Team Saint right now is heavy on that aggression. So they're going for these engages that we saw from the last game.
Yeah, picking up that Brody, definitely a wise response for Faith. And like you said, with all that knockup, it is going to be a little bit of an upscale battle. And that's what happens when you kind of show one of your trump cards this early in the draft. So I really want to see what they do to kind of balance this out. That is going to be a little bit of a harder time with those blazing duets. But Sunny is going to go ahead and lock in something we don't traditionally see, the Badang.
Absolutely, and I have a little history, right? So Saya, I used to play with them a while ago. They were actually rooting for a global Saya right now. So this is definitely 100% one of those pocket comfort picks coming out for the side of Los X, right? So I'm excited to see how he's gonna perform on that pick. So that's just a little bit of knowledge, but again, even though he does have that CC immunity during that ultimate while that shield is popped, I do still think with the amount of engage and capabilities coming in from the side of Team Saint, you can only do so much to mitigate those engages, right? But speaking of mitigating engages, your Valentine are going to be taken off of the board to allow some more flexibility, right? I'm not too sure why they would ban that out. There's not much ultimate on their team that she can capitalize off of, but still, if you're not comfortable as a team going up against it, don't let it walk, right? So commendable for that. We are seeing the Atlas as well being taken out, as both sides still needs that roamer, right? This Cho, even though he's a Chow, he can be flexed as well as this Edith, right? There's a lot of positions we've seen him be placed into, that jungle, if you're spontaneous enough, that EXP lane, or even that roamer, right? So there's still a lot of strong things on the board, and the Joy hasn't been picked up yet, we see.
Yeah, the Joy did walk all the way through the first phase of the draft. Not something you normally see. But we're going to kind of mark this Badang as the X factor, right? I'm wondering exactly how it's going to work into this. Not something I see too often, but it doesn't mean it's not an option. So I'm excited to see things a little different for the side of Los Eggs for this draft. They lost game 1, right? And still being a little risky in game 2 with the draft. I'm wondering if they have this plan pre-formed prior to jumping into the scrim, and I hope they do, as we've seen Team Saint dominate on a lot of these neutral objectives with little to no problem. And you kind of mentioned it, right? The Claude having a hard time already with all of the knockups, and also the Brody for that direct counter. It's going to put a lot into the hands of the other members, and with the Badang being slotted, not your typical pick, at least it's a comfort pick, and sometimes comfort is even stronger than meta.
Absolutely, and as you know, that made myself, I strongly second that opinion. Can you repeat it for those of the Black Wizzy? Just repeat it one more time.
Sometimes, oh, I forgot it already.
No,
I'm kidding. Anyway, sometimes comfort is stronger than meta. Pound sign, hashtag.
speaking of strong things gonna be locked in here, Los Eggs locking in this Lolita, right? But again, you slotted in this Claude that his ultimate could be countered by CC, right? And then you go ahead and slot in your Roamer, which suffers from the same issue. So who's gonna be that set potential to kind of have and make it have an easier time in these engages here? And again, right, we're already seeing more aggression coming in from the side of Team Saint, locking in this Khadija. She can secure those pickoffs when Julian does not have his enhanced combos right now. He's a walking chicken, free to be bursted down by anyone, right? We're seeing them hovering this Helkers here. If they do lock it in, overall, I'm gonna be in favor of the side of Team Saint, right? Not only do they have the engage, but now the Dark Knight Falls is gonna apply just that little extra bit of pressure and surprise effect that they're going for, right? If they do lock in this Farsa as a response, I would like to see them lock in something that can play for a little bit of more distance. The Faramis is going to be a good pick. There is a lot of dive that Cold Altar can help them mitigate some of that damage coming in from the side of Team Saint, right? But I do think they still need a little bit more security in terms of their overall composition, right? They have a lot going against them right now, and I'm not seeing much answers, Weezy, but the draft has been finalized. I'm going to ask you, who are you in favor of in terms of the draft here?
Well, you know, if I have to break down both, looking at Team Saint, they have an early composition working more in their favor than Los Eggs does, but Los Eggs has more of the late game comp with that Claude being able to provide that damage needed to close it out. But the problem that this falls into is Los Eggs didn't really come online in the early game for game one either. So I don't see Team Saint giving them that chance to take it to that 16-minute mark. I see Team Saint being very aggressive and taking a lot of early kills and forcing a lot of the neutral objectives to their side. So I'm gonna have to go with Team Saint, but I'm gonna also ask you the same question.
I'm also going to give it to Team Saint, right? I do think you said that the side of Los Eggs has the better scaling draft. I highly disagree there, right? We do know that this Brody, once he's able to stack up those items, he has the upper edge in terms of being able to have that pushing capabilities, right? And like I said, you have so much going for you if you're the side of Team Saint right now. You have Super Haze there on the Shao that Edith, going to be in that EXP laner, so I'm not expecting much rotations coming in from them, right? But speaking of rotations, we are seeing a lot of help there to secure that blue buff for the side of Los Eggs, right? Trying to help this Badang farm a little faster, right? But I do like the vision that I'm seeing coming in from the side of Team Saint as well. Like I said, they have that pick-off composition, and with the aggression that we kind of know for them, I'm expecting to see a lot of that happening. Right now, they're just passively roaming around the map as Helkert can, you know, farm up, right? But I do think where the action is going to come into, Weezy, definitely at that level 4 spike.
Yeah, you're going to see some heavy aggression from both sides, but in game one, we were able to see Team Saint really make the most out of the early neutral objectives and kind of dominate the entire game. So Los Eggs definitely need to play a little bit tighter, a little closer, and try and even out the odds in their favor. And I think it's going to start with not only the first turtle, but also trying to get first blood, not being over aggressive, and waiting for the side of Team Saint to make a mistake.
But speaking of mistakes here, this Faramis might be in a bad position, but Chow.
Oh, this might be what they needed. There goes a mistake right there. And first blood going to go to the side of Los Eggs is down. Goes Super Haze on the show.
Now, there's a lot of discipline happening there for the side of Los Eggs, right? He could have popped that retribution for that extra slow, but he didn't go ahead. The neutral objective is about to spawn, but look at the positioning coming in from this Helkert here. He did go ahead and jump out of that situation, but we're seeing the rotations coming in. Kadita gonna go down to that EXP lane to guarantee that level 4. We're gonna see both roamers as well in that mid lane, so they have both ultimates on the board, right? But speaking of ultimates, there's some ultimate counters on the side of Team Saint in terms of that crowd control, Weezy.
And speaking of crowd control, both teams fighting over this turtle, now being knocked airborne with the way the dragon, the G-Kundo. You are going to see Saint Laurent with the retribution take the turtle. Blazer getting a kill. Vin going to take down Blazer in response, picking up a double, takes down Super Haze, but not before they took down Sunny. And you are going to see Badang with the fish crack rushing in. Saint Laurent going to take him down prior to him proccing it. Yana going to take down Saint Laurent. And right now, both teams fighting it out, but Los Eggs leading in kills 4-2.
And that's what they need at this point in the game, right? If they're able to scale into this early game, even though the draft does more kind of pop off into that late game phase. But speaking of things popping off, your Fate popped.
You kind of talked about this, right? That early to mid game marksman versus that late game marksman. You have to be a little safe. That Brody really loses to barely anybody on that top side. And Clyde, when you are over aggressive, Faith is going to be bursted down, and that's going to give Brody the advantage he needs to kind of take over in that lane.
And that's not the lane you want to get ahead, right? I'd prefer your EXP lane and gets ahead because they're not going to be doing much throughout the game. But that is that gold lane. And I mentioned his push potential. He's already able to shred that tower gold plating so much, right? And we are seeing a heavy presence again in this top side. I think both teams know that it's highly going to be dependent upon their gold laners. There we are seeing some positioning coming in from the side of Los Eggs. But Team Saint has the vision that's being provided by Super Haze here on this channel, right? But speaking of things,
this is the same exact thing we seen like 2 minutes ago, and it looks like Super Haze didn't learn his lesson, and he's gonna get bursted down again with the 3-man set.
I'm not really liking the rotations coming in, right? I did favor their draft right now. I think there needs to be a little bit things being polished up, but speaking of things to be polished here, Weezy.
You're going to see the Deadly Stingers find its way into Vin, bursting him down on the bottom side, and this is going to give a huge advantage to Team Saint to be able to take a lot of this gold off of this tier 1 turret for the bottom side, as you are seeing Sunny and Yana trying to stop the bleeding, but can they get there in time? Numion Blast winding down, again, able to connect on to Blazer for the stun, but they are not going to be able to take him out.
Now, in that top side, a lot of utility was bursted, right? The side of Los Eggs applied a lot of pressure to try to take Saint Snow out of that matchup, right? But speaking of things being taken, some items being taken up, both mages locking in that Clock of Destiny, gonna help them scale into that mid-game. We are seeing Helgert with that Demon Hunter sword as well, gonna boost his overall damage capabilities here. But speaking of damage capabilities being bursted,
you are going to see St. Laurent take the second turtle of the day. Rough Waves going in from Kadita, now needing to get out. They took the objective. That is all they needed. But the Primal Wrath and the Deadly Stingers with the Dark Knight Falls. St. Laurent going to take down Sunny. The way the Dragon connecting, though, is going to get a double kill. Takes down Badang and make that 3. As you are seeing Yana taken down. St. Laurent picking up the triple on the Hellcurt jungle.
Now, for those of you who's wondering right now, right? The reason why Saint Laurent is able to do so well on this Hellcurt, what does Hellcurt's passive do, right? He's able to silence the enemies. And it's not just one individual. He's able to silence anyone in his zone that's dealing that CC to him, right? Looking at the side of Los Eggs right now, but then his rework, he's dealing constant stuns right now. You can't use your skills if you're silenced. Lolita, for her to go in for a full set, she has to do that dash into that stun combo. That's going to be a silence being procced as well. You have the Faramis with that Shadow Stampede. That's going to be able to silence as well. But speaking of things being silenced there, Edith gonna go ahead and take Julian off the board, right? But to continue elaborating on what I was saying, this Hellcurt, right? This utility coming in from him, Weezy, is gonna be dangerous for the side of Los Eggs.
And now both teams fighting in the mid-river. Blazing Duet going in. Battle Mirror Image over there from this Claude. But you are going to see the turret on the bottom side go into Team Saint's hands. And now the Numian Blast not able to find the mark. Looks like they are going to still try and fight for the mid lane. And a conceal play opted in. And not sure that was the wisest decision. Sunny does not have the Numion Blast to work. But the Fist Crack still available, hot and ready. You are going to see Badang take down the Kadita. And now shift focus over to the Tier 1 turret. Can they get it? Vin with the enhanced change for the knockup. Blazer trying to rush in, trying to stop the damage onto this turret. Is going to go ahead and rush in, but not in time. Down goes the Tier 1 for the mid lane, and now the Fist Crack possibly on the way with that wall being provided. Ult being activated for some sustainability onto the side of Los Eggs, and Blazer is going to try and get the kill, but Faith able to, no, Deadly Stinger. St. Laurent is going to find him and take him down. St. Snow is going to take out Vin. 2 members off the board for the side of Los Eggs. Can they make it another? Dark Knight Falls going to go ahead and take some of the vision away from Los Eggs, and it looks like St. Laurent is going to be able to escape. Rough Waves, Fist Crack, a lot of ultimates going in, but Team Saint still on the aggressive push. Saint Snow is going to get taken down, though, by Badang. You're going to see Katita take out Badang in response, though, and this is just insane. A strong fight in the mid lane, but still overall, Los Eggs was able to take the Tier 1 turret.
Absolutely right, but I do think in terms of overall economy right now, Team Sate has a lot of things going better for them, right? Looking at their jungler right now in comparison to Los Eggs, he is 2 levels higher than this Badan, right? That Badan is level 9, Helcurt is level 11, making his way up into that level 3, right? But speaking of levels here,
You're going to see a lot of levels of ultimates catching up to Vin, but he is able to get out with that enhanced sword, and he's just kind of known, this Julian, one of those heroes who can make the impossible possible. But you are going to see another turret fall on the side of Team Saint, and now the Lord spawning in, and it looks like Team Saint is going to go ahead and pull this aggro.
now, I don't think this is the fight that they want to take, right? The Brody is now making his way down, looking at the positioning coming in from Sunny here on this Lolita, right? But speaking of positioning, Edith in a bad one.
You're going to see Edith go ahead and try and rush in, trying to give some zonage for St. Laurent to take this objective. The way of the dragon for the Airborne. Serna is going to flicker out Numion Blast. Blaze are going to take out Yana. Saint Snow going to take out Badang. But look at the Lord. Eyes on the prize. And Team Saint not letting it go. St. Laurent is going to take another objective. Saint Snow taking out Sunny. And that's going to leave only Faith, Vin, and Yana to defend. And they're going to also claim the Tier 1 turret for the mid lane. And this is what we see in Game 1. St. Laurent and the Team Saint prevailing for the early game. Pretty much taking all objectives with no problem.
And again, it goes to their draft, right? When I mentioned that they do have a lot of opportunities in terms of getting these setups and these engages, right? They also have the burst that's coming in, and like I mentioned, this draft is only being executed as well because of this Helcurt pick, right? But speaking of things being executed, Lolita.
You're going to see the way the dragon for the knockup. Cole Alter to try and save Sunny is going to be able to get out Faith with the Blazing Duet to kite and provide that AoE damage. And now the Numion Blast not able to find no one, but they are going to go ahead and try and burst down this Lord. But right now, only 9 minutes in, you are still seeing Team Saint having answers, possibly going to be able to take not only the tier 2 turret for the top side, but also a possible inhibitor, as you are seeing a fist crack go in from Badang, trying to stop them, giving them the denial. Yana going to shut down this Edith, and now you are going to see a 2-2 fall for the top side. Sunny taking out Super Haze, and wait a minute, wondering if this is still going to be a clash on the way as Vin rushes out with the enhanced sight, is going to find Kadita. What a play!
Play or prediction there, Weezy, because that was some
Map
interesting. Nah, that's skill.
Oh,
That's
you said it. You said
right?
it. No, I'm kidding.
All right, but beautiful response coming in from the side of Los Eggs, right? Capitalizing on that overaggression. The side of Team Saint, they do have the draft that allows them to get these quick pickoffs, and then that disengages, right? They have this Edith who can kind of disrupt the engage coming in from the side of Los Eggs if they do try to respond, to be the saving grace, if you may, right? But looking at their composition, Weezy, in this late game here, this Faramis is offering them a lot of utility coming in, right? Not only is he offering them utility, but that extra burst, as he does have those 2 core items being locked in. We also see Claude picking up that trifecta. Actually, not quite yet. He's building into it. He's about to complete that right now. But Julian being the main force of damage so far as they do scale into that late game, right? Being able to secure that genius as well as that glowing. But speaking of things being secured, there's Sunny being taken dangerously low, and they have to be careful. But speaking of being careful here,
You're going to see the G Kondo go ahead and check that bush. Going to force out those eggs from that vision, and now they are going to be able to take that blue buff.
now what I want to see the side of Team Saint do right now, even though they do have that pickoff composition, I don't want to see too much aggression, right? They can initiate something, bait out a utility or 2, and then fully decide to go in for a full pickoff here, right? They do not have the burst to secure these enhanced and drawn out team fights coming in from the side of Los X, right? They have this Cold Altar going for them, as well as that damage that's going to be coming in from this Faramis as well, right? And looking at them, they have quick bursts, right? The torn apart memories, the rough wild waves from Kadita, and that's pretty much all of the damage that's going to be coming in. The Edith, she is doing damage, but in terms of securing that full pick off, it's only going to be dependent on this Kadita. But I can't cancel out Hellkirk, right? He's been one of those forces that's been able to help Team Saints have an easier time within this draft right now. Looking at their positioning pre-Lord push, we are seeing Eat It up there in the top side as the Magic Sentry was popped to give some more vision. You know, telling Kadita she has to reposition, right? But speaking of positioning, I do think Lost Eggs is in a good position to possibly contest this engage that's going to be coming in from the side of Team Saints.
You are going to see this Lord make his way into the inhibitor for the mid lane, and now going to be bursted down from Los Eggs, but Super Haze trying to find a play, not able to find anything. Is going to go ahead and dash out, but you are going to see Team Saint take not only the inhibitor for the mid lane, but also the inhibitor for the top, leaving only the bottom side for Los Eggs to kind of bank on defending them. And now Saint Laurent with the deadly stingers is going to take out Badang. Yumi on blast, winding up for the stun. You are going to see Blazing Duet go out. Double kill from Yana, taking out Super Haze, shutting down Saint Laurent. A triple kill. What a play. Vin going to take down Blazer, though. And that is going to be a full wipeout for the side of Team Saint. What did we just see? And this is exactly what Los Eggs needed to turn this in their favor. And I don't know, Rim, this may be able to be a turnaround. They may be able to take this game if they're quick enough.
And it's like I was saying, right? The side of Team Saint, they have to depend on that pickoffs. They cannot stay for these drawn out team fights. And we're already seeing the side of Los Eggs pushing it down the mid lane, looking at the timers. Khadijah's back up on the board right now, so they have to disengage at this point, right? But if we get an opening, we'll take it, and they definitely did. We see them starving out the jungle at this point, and at this point in the game, the lead is kind of starting to even up, right? The gold lead coming in is only just about that 3K. The levels are starting to be matched up a little bit, but speaking of things being matched up here, this Lolita.
Gonna put this Sunny on some trampolines, but you're gonna see Faith take down the Cho, and now that is gonna be one member off the board for the side of Team Saint. A huge advantage for Los Eggs as they do have the numbers. You are seeing both teams fight it out in the mid-river. Numion Blast for a possible triple set, but canceled from the knockup of the Earthshaker. And now you are gonna see Vin take down Blazer to respond. Two members off the board. Yana Unstoppable takes down Saint Laurent, make that 3. Kadita taking out Faith, and now the enhanced change, the damage, the double. Vin gonna take down Kadita, leaving only Saint Snow to defend by himself, and this may be a turnaround. Will Los Eggs be able to close this out? It is only Brody by himself, but they do not have the minions to be able to close this game out just yet.
Now, in the last game, right, we saw the problem of the side of Los Eggs not really practicing proper targeting. And in this game, Team Saint is following that route, right? We're seeing them heavily engage on this Lolita. That is not the hero that you want to engage all of your utility to, right? But speaking of things being engaged, two sides, that Lord gonna be picked up for the side of Los Eggs right now. We are seeing Claude put some pressure to even out that lane in that top side. We're seeing them starting to play into their composition right now. They have to group up, and with the side of Team Saint trying to burst out this Lolita, it just leaves a lot of things open. But speaking of things being open here,
you're going to see a fight on the way. The Ocean's Oddity to escape, as they do have to defend. Team Saint does not want to be aggressive here. It did not work in their favor the last 2 skirmishes, and now they're going to go ahead and shift their focus to this Lord, burst him down, and they are going to be able to live for another tail.
absolutely right, but I don't know how much longer, because again, I said they have to work on this targeting. You do not have the composition to be able to burst down that Lolita. If you focus their damage dealers, what is the frontline presence gonna do, right? This Badang is chunky. Focus on their gold laner. Focus on the Julian. Focus on this Favamis. Stop trying to burst down the Lolita. The 4 times you tried before, it did not work, Team Saints. Focus on these targeting here. We do see some positioning coming in though.
You are seeing some positioning on the way, but wait a minute, the G-Kundo, the way the dragon, lots of utility being burnt out. Down goes the rough waves, but you are going to see Saint Snow take down a member, and Faith going to take him down in response. Sunny taking out Blazer. Yana with the monster skill takes out Kadita. Only Cho and Saint Laurent by himself. Make that just Saint Laurent, as down goes Cho, and now this is going to be the opportunity for Los Eggs to take this game. It's not enough. You cannot close this out with the Hellkirk by himself. And ladies and gentlemen, Los Eggs with the turnaround takes us to a game 3.
what a good response coming in from the side of Los Eggs, right? This for Bahamas pick being able to offer so much for them as the game scaled on. The side of Team Saint, they did have the upper advantage in terms of that early game pressure, right? Their draft is more oriented in that pickoffs, and it's easier for you to secure a pickoff in that early game. But the side of Los Eggs were the one finding those pickoffs, right? It started with Super Haze, it continued with Super Haze, and then as the draft went on, as the game went on, we saw them start to scale up Fate. Not really, we were scared for him, right? The side of Team Saint there, they did have a lot of counters for him, but you can counter a hero, but if you're using your entire package to try to burst out the front line, that's not smart, no matter what level of gameplay you're playing right now, right? But looking at some of the statistics coming in here, like I mentioned, the side of Los Eggs, one of those more team fight oriented compositions and teams so far, and we see a heavy team fight presence coming in from them as well. Looking at Fate's draft on the board right now, he does have that 39% tower damage coming in, being able to open up that map, as well as that 26% overall team fight damage, right? Following behind, actually in front of him, we are seeing this from Bahamas, not only offering that sustainability, but that damage as well, right? Saint Snow being able to open up that map for the side of Team Saint, but it was not enough, as we did see Los Eggs having the overall game plan to be able to even out this series.
Man, what a game. Los Eggs turning it around, and that's the power of the late game marksman, that Claude able to come alive, and not to mention the Lolita. A lot of the focus was shifted on her toward the late half, and also pretty much a lot of decent sets. That Numeon Blast for like the quad set, the triple set, provided the way for Los Eggs to turn that game in their favor, and they made it work. And definitely congratulations, as ladies and gentlemen, both these teams playing their hearts out. Los Eggs and Team Saint, they are going to be going to a game 3. And who are you guys placing your votes on? Are we going to see the second team from Huevo be able to claim victory for the first series of today? Or are we going to see Team Saint, who has been dominating in game 1, but looking a little shaky for game 2, be able to prevail? Don't go anywhere, as both of these teams are getting ready to embark for their final match in Series 1.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
talking to me only, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, All these bitches for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa, can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and talk about a game. We were able to see Los Eggs come back and take down Team Saint for game 2, and that's going to take us to a game 3. Both of these teams having one win on their side, and now the question is, who will be able to close out the first series of today? Joined on the desk, we have the MLSA and also NACT caster, my dynamic duo for the NACT as well. Eunice is in the building for the analyst and play-by-play, and I will be your one to break down these clashes and skirmishes as the play-by-play. How you doing today, Eunice?
I'm okay. I didn't get to watch too much, unfortunately. So, this is 1-1 or is this 1-0?
This is 1-1, so both of them are competing inside of the finals game for Series 1.
Oh, so this is match 3, huh?
Yeah.
So I'm kind of in for a treat, huh? Okay. All right. So I do see. I'm guessing. The left side, the eggs are the subdivision of Huevos.
Yep, this is the second team for Huevos. Team? Los Eggs. Okay. I guess Huevos had some Huevos.
And I do see Team Saint. Is that Team Saint on the right side?
Yep, that's Team Saint.
All right. Looks like I do know a couple members on here, but I don't know too much about each of them individually. But I do see St. Laurent, Blazier, Sunny, Faith. I've had privileges of playing with them, all of them actually. So don't know too much yet. I don't know the full lineup, so not gonna talk too much on them. I want to see for myself when it comes to the game in match 3. But let's talk about these bans real quick. I do see a Fanny getting banned out. I do know there's a potential Fanny player, if I'm not mistaken, on the side of Team Saint. So it looks like it's a good read, and coming out with that Glue as well. Good follow-up. Glue is they get nerfed in the current patch, but I still think that he is shining in the EXP lane. So good read coming in from the eggs on the left side. But do you see Kaja getting banned out, and Faramis, which is one of my favorite mages to play, is actually my one-trick mage currently. Being able to kind of play the Faramis, the Cult Altar, giving the second chance at life really does give the upper advantage towards any team depending on who has the Faramis. So it looks like they're going to ban that out, and Kaja and Arla is getting banned out, which is a new champ that recently came out in the line of Dawn. So it looks like these bans are looking pretty good, but they did open up a Fredrin, and I remember we were talking about this yesterday. I did rewatch the cast that you guys were doing actually on my game. You guys really haven't seen a Fredrin getting walked, but in MPL actually they let that Fredrin walk, but looks like in the land of MLSA it's usually banned. But Wheezy, they picked up the Fredrin, so are you looking for a good game here, or what's up, Wheezy?
Yeah, definitely expect something to come out as a response from Team Saint. Not banning it out definitely means they might have a game plan, but you mentioned NPL and not being picked up as often, and that is a true statement. So maybe trying to do some research on what's going on overseas and implementing it in the NA region may be their game plan. And now looking at this Eve being hovered over by Team Saint, do they lock it in? As we do know one thing, Valentina is still available.
Yeah, Valentina is still available, and looks like they're still letting that walk right now, but looks like Eve just got picked up for the side of Team Saint, and looks like Blazer is coming in on this EXP lane, so he is a really good, decent EXP. I've seen him play multiple times. Looks like the Lop is getting picked up, and Lop did get a nerf. Not too big, but still shining there, but we do see Ven picking up the Esmeralda, knowing that she did get a patch note, a little bit of a buff on her shield, so she's actually pretty good in that laning phase up against pretty much any EXP lane that I have so far seen. Yes, she might fall a little bit short in that early game, knowing that she only has her first or second skill up there, but we do know that it is locked in. And Faith coming in with this Claude, and I do know that the Claude getting picked up by Faith is actually pretty strong. I do know that one of the players on the side of the eggs over there does have a really good Claude player, but whoa, that is a very early Atlas pick, but actually that can be very easily countered out, right? You just need to ban the Diggy. The actual egg is going to get bagged out by the side of Team Saint. So looks like they're gonna ban out an egg, Wheezy. I don't know. There might be a little bit of a little I'm offended coming out. Maybe they might slide in a Ruby just because they're offended knowing that the egg is going to get banned out. But we do see Hayes picking up on this Atlas, and I feel like that's a really early Atlas pick, only because yes, they can potentially just ban out the Diggy and make sure no one picks it up, but it just puts the hero pool on the side of the eggs a little bit shorter, knowing that it is an Atlas and you need to run some heroes that have a little bit of an advantage, or like even have to run with the Purity to get out of the fatal links with Hayes on this Atlas. So what are you seeing some potential pick? So we are missing a mage on the side of eggs and a potential jungler or EXP, depending on where that Fredrin is going to get slotted, because he does shine also, but looks like he's going to be actually slotted in the jungle, knowing that there's an Esme. So what are your thoughts right now, right? It's an Atlas early pickup. Diggy just got banned out, so actually Valentina also got banned out. So Weezy, what are your two thoughts right now with the ban phase going on?
Well, I've got to say, I think Los Eggs dropped the ball on this one, and the only reason I say that is because they had the option to pick up the Valentina, which would have allowed them to have the ultimate from Eve with that manipulation, but also if the Atlas would have been slotted right there, they would have had a fatal links as well. So that is going to be something they are going to have to work against, but they do have the Purify and Claude over there for Faith, which means they do have a little bit of mobility to escape it, but the question is how well will they be able to pull that off. And now looking at Saint Snow, we've seen him dominating over there with the Brody, we've seen him dominating on a lot of these marksmen. He's going to go to something that we don't see too often in NA, and that is this Lunox for the gold lane.
Hold on, Weezy. Hold on, Weezy. That's a Lunox with the red tree, Weezy. Not the gold lane.
Oh
That's what
no,
Lunox is directed.
I think they're trolling. I'm pretty sure they're gonna switch that.
We better hope they're trolling.
Nah, they're
'cause-
trolling. There's
yeah,
no way.
I mean, they pulled it off in M4, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
I don't see it. Well, the only reason is because it's a Claude, and I expect it to be that counter to go up against the Claude. So I think they're just showing the retribution to throw them off if they're watching the stream, maybe. But I think it would be more beneficial in this stance for it to be inside of the gold lane, but it could be flexed inside of the jungle. That Onik Kyrie, that he would get your watch out. It's Onik time possibly on the way, but St. Laurent is going to go and pick up this Granger, and now, I don't know, maybe we play some diamonds on it. Could be a Granger in the gold lane. We've seen that happen before, too, so it looks like it is going to be St. Laurent locking in this Granger for the jungle, and both drafts have been finalized, and now I get to ask you this question, Eunice.
No.
Who are you? Okay, let's just go for the early game. Who do you think will be able to take the first turtle with these team compositions?
I mean, knowing that the Freddom's kind of pretty much locking that Demon Slayer emblem on that jungle emblem might have a little bit of advantage, right? Granger's going to probably go for that killing spree. Yep, there it is. So we do see that the advantage towards the jungle is going to be towards the eggs over there, knowing that Freddom can also go into an invade, knowing that he is really tanky in the early game stance. So the early game farm, gold, team fight advantage is definitely going to go towards Frederick, and I do see a Valir getting picked up, right? I actually underestimated Valir a lot when it came to ranking. I did actually lose to a Valir. It was actually, I don't remember who it was playing the Valir when I was in a ranked game, but I actually got bodied by the Valir, knowing that he does have that early game damage a little bit there, sustained as well. And with that new, it was a couple patches ago where Valir, if you last hit a minion or hit somebody with your first skill, it's a reset. So you do get the cooldown there reduced as well. But looks like Lolita is pulling him a little bit late to the party when it comes to the mid-river kind of brawl going on there. Oh, looks for like a potential engage. Or like, this is actually interesting because we do see that Freddy usually is the one having an easier time with the jungle, but Hayes is really kind of preventing this Freddy from invading and actually kind of body bagging everything, giving a lot of vision for the Granger, but looks like he's going to also pick up that lead though, so a little bit of advantage in the gold side towards Team Saint right now.
Yeah, gonna have a slight advantage, and it looks like both teams getting ready for this first neutral objective, racing to that level 4, which is gonna be a huge possible set from Super Hayes on this Atlas if he can pull it off, as you are gonna see him rushing with the perfect match. Gonna go ahead and freeze Sunny, and now the damage over there from the Void Impact and Crystal on this Eve is gonna burst Sunny down very low, but Searing Turret rushing in, pushing back the side of Team Saint, and you are gonna see Lunox do some damage over on to that Lunox as well. And I gotta say, right now, before this turtle spawns in, both teams need to just play safe, get their level 4, and try and take it in their favor. You don't really typically want to have first blood on your team's side, to at least dying on your side before the first neutral objective. But no, they're going to go out for the kill, and St. Laurent is going to take down the jungle, and that is going to be, I can't even say his name, Saya, falling on this Fredrin, and not really the place you want to be, especially on that jungle. You're the one who has the retribution for these objectives, and you are seeing this turtle spawn in.
Knowing that the Frederick also has Demon Slayer emblem, right? Looks like he's actually honestly having a little bit of a hard time, and he just got killed in that bot side, and the advantage is going to definitely go towards Team Saint, knowing that Granger already started this turtle, but look at that Atlas giving a lot of vision, and looks like he actually got to the turtle on time, but hold on, Sunny pulling up here.
St. Laurent is going to go ahead and pick that up, and now going to possibly take some kills. A big stun onto Super Hayes, who is going to get out just in time on that Atlas, and looks like the side of Los Eggs is going to retreat. They weren't able to take that objective, and that did go over to Team Saint.
Yeah, even though the Fatal Links did only pick up one member. Whoa, hold on. Look at Faith getting dropped dangerously low in the gold side. And this is the menace when it comes to the Magic or the Mage players coming in now with the current meta into that gold lane, right? We do see a Lunox can get drafted. We do see a Lilia that got drafted yesterday into the gold lane. Actually body bagged a lot of marksmen. So a little bit of a hard time coming in from Los Eggs here, knowing that it might be a 1-2 rotation. But hold on, Sunny might potentially get caught out. But looks like he's just going to stay back and defend these lanes, knowing that he needs to save the gold for the Claude. Fade to kind of pull up, get all that gold back, and looks like Saya's just starting on his red now, so he's double buffed now, going regular into the rotations. But look at Hayes just sitting in that bush, Wheezy. Fatal Links coming in.
You're going to see a possible clash on the way. On the bottom side, Fatal Links did go in, takes down Sunny, but you are going to see Faith still standing strong in that turret. But on the mid lane, you are going to see Fredrin take down Eve, and now the Raging Slash is going to find Yana on this Valir, and Vin is going to burst down Blazer to make him pay.
Damn, looks like Blazer did pull up from the EXP lane, and I just want to talk about these rotations, right? Blazer just came from the EXP lane, cut his lane, and was able to kill a mid laner, but he did also end up falling down, so I don't know if that was really worth that trade. But looking at Team Saint, kind of have to give it up to Hayes on this Atlas, zoning out a lot of things starting from that early game. So denied a little bit of Fredrin's jungle, and yes, he did pick it up, a lot of pressure, but hold on, Lauren getting a possible kill on Faith.
Is gonna go ahead and pick that up with the last basic attack. A great read, but Sunny trying to defend by himself. Fredrin gonna go ahead and pick up a kill onto Eve off of the map, and now on the bottom lane you are seeing Team Saint with some heavy presence may be able to take this tier 1 turret. But wait a minute, Vin wrapping around, gonna go ahead and rush through that bush to saving grace on this Esmeralda with the sustainability, and it looks like Team Saint is now gonna shift their focus to the aggro of this turtle.
Aggro is definitely getting pulled by the side of Team Saint Laurent on this Granger is really doing a lot of work, but Blazer, Bravest Fire Stance coming out here.
Saint Laurent taking the turtle, Praiser's Wrath going down, but look at the Blazing Duet is gonna find a kill, takes down Blazer. Eve gonna take down Fredrin, Faith picking up a double, takes down Super Haze on the Atlas, and that is gonna be 2 members off the board for the side of Team Saint to 1 member down for Los Eggs. But can they make it another? You are seeing the manipulation, dropping Yana very low, but he is able to get out just in time. But the turtle did go to Saint Laurent, the Granger jungle of Team Saint.
Honestly, with the Granger jungle being slaughtered, I was a little bit worried, right, from the side of Team Saint. It is a tank jungle up against a marksman jungle, knowing that it is Granger. He needs the time to scale with his items as well, knowing he is a marksman, right? But we do see sometimes getting slaughtered into that jungle area just takes a little bit of time. But hold on, let's take a look at these items that we are looking at that 5-minute mark. 6 minutes about to hit. 2 objectives have been picked up down on the board, but no, I can't even talk about these items. So they just keep wanting to fight down here, and it looks like they're doing a 1-1-2 rotation down into the goal lane, and looks like look at that position, Wheezy, coming out from that Yeve and that backside being in the zone, but Hayes going in here.
You're going to see the Fatal Links for the stun. Sunny in a bad situation. Saint Snow going to burst him down, but a response, you are seeing Fredrin rush in with the knockup. Down goes the manipulation. Blazing Duet from Faith to kite the damage, and now Saint Snow using the brilliance, trying to get out alive, but going to take down Faith before he is bursted down by Yana on this Valir. And now 2v1 situation. You are going to see Eve holding off the tier 1 turret on the bottom side with the Void Crystal.
The rotation coming in from Team Saint, but looks like they are going to get that mid lane down for the side of Los Eggs, and they are missing, and Blazer is really harassing this Valir pick, and Ven's having a little bit of hard time landing against Laurent down here, and she did dodge all those ultimates coming up from that Granger, but Sunny is kind of doing a backwards walk with Laurent there. Hold on, Luminant Blast coming out here.
He's not going to be able to dash out in time, and now in a bad situation, 3v1, risking it for the biscuit. Down goes Saint Laurent on that aggressive play in the mid lane, and now down with the manipulation for a response. Eve trying to take out Ven, who is going to rush out just in time with 1 HP, but you are still seeing map control leaning in favor for Team Saint for the early game.
All right, their neutral objective is going to come up onto the side, map side of Los Eggs, but let's take a look at these items real quick, right? We do see a lot of core items getting picked in right now. We are at the 7-minute mark, still the early mid-game stage peak coming in. Looks like the aggro is getting pulled towards Los Eggs. Hold on, Hayes coming in with a possible Fatal Links here.
You're going to see the set potential on the way, and now the taunt. So Yana going to take down Super Haze on this Atlas, but wait a minute, can they get another kill? Brilliance activated from Lunox just in time to kind of save her from a lot of that damage, but Yana gonna take him down for the double, and now Void Crystal trying to pick up one. Manipulation popping down over there from Eve. You are seeing Fredrin being able to dash out, but Saint Laurent on the chase is looking for a double kill of his own, but wait a minute, hit with just about anything you could fathom to imagine, and he's gonna be bursted down. Faith's gonna go ahead and take a turret off the map on the top side, the tier 1. You are gonna see Blazer with the Raging Slash take down Sunny, and look at Fredrin, gonna find his way to the caster's desk as Blazer's gonna pick up that double kill, and now the Searing Turret from Valir is gonna rush in, try and make another kill in the favor of Los Eggs, but unable to seal the deal. Oh, but Faith with a backdoor play is gonna take him down, and now looking at Vin bursting down this Eve. Killing spree has been activated. Falling Star Moon on to Saint Snow, but the Cosmic Fission and the Chaos Assault is gonna force Vin off of that fight.
Yeah, that was a really good fight there, right? It was a little bit of a messy trade coming in, knowing that both sides really did have that kill advantage when it came to one member down for one side, and they picked it up. It's kind of like a ping pong going on when it came to that little clash in that mid side river. But looking at these this kill score, it's 12-10, right? Gold gap is looking about 1K, not too bad right now, but we gotta speak about these kills, right? It's 12-10. It's a pretty high kill score, knowing that it is 8 minutes in, right? I do want both teams to kind of focus on this macro, right? Knowing that Los Eggs does have a Fredder jungle, I feel like the Fredder really just needs to be kind of punishing all the economy coming in from Team Saint. But hold on, looks like a potential engage coming in. Fatal Links does connect.
You're going to see Faith take down St. Laurent, and Super Hayes going to take down Fredrin. One member off the board for both sides, and now both teams fighting it out in the mid-river. Look at Vin charging up with the falling Star Moon. Is going to find Hayes. Rush in, try and take the kill. Saint Snow is going to use that brilliance, but wait a minute, he's gonna save him. He's gonna make his way to the base to regen. Blazer rushing in. That front line fighter with the Raging Slash is gonna fend off these minions and save the mid lane turret for Team Saint.
Good defense coming in from Team Saint. A lot of utility has been burnt though, but they did keep that lane up, and Los Eggs still also has all their turrets up actually. It's just that one mid lane. But like I was going back, right, we do want to just focus on these objectives, but no, Sunny might just get caught out here in the mid river, but looks like it's gonna get out. Ultimate popped by Yana.
But the Fatal Links, the wild set, but Fraser's Wrath going down from Fredrin, unable to hit the mark, and now needing to dash out. The knockup onto Hayes. Manipulation drop down. Yana with the killing spree takes down Saint Snow on this Lunox shutdown. Yana is going to be bursted out from the Granger jungle, and that is going to be one member down for each side. Lord is in play, down to about half HP. Blazer rushing into the team with a flicker. Raging Slash takes down Sunny. Landshaker connecting, but now with barely any HP of his own, may need to peel off this fight, but he is going to stay as the Lord is dangerously low, and the Fredger is going to pick that up with the Appraiser's Wrath and the Retribution. But now Claude rushing in. Vin going to get a mega kill, takes down Super Hayes, and look at Eve is going to go ahead and flicker out. You are seeing Fredrin and Esmeralda thirsty for the kill. Esmeralda going to dive the turret for it, and now Saint Snow's going to hit her with the Cast Assault, and the Cosmic Fission is going to burst her down. Not really where you wanted to be at that time. Talk about overextending and making them pay.
Yeah, let's just focus our attention really quick on this Voliere, right? Killing Spree has been activated on this Voliere before. He just got shut down, but the Vengeance Flame, his ult is doing a lot, knowing that he has that split second, especially on Blazer on this Lapu, is kind of able to push him away and kind of body bag the rest of the members for his team, knowing that he's just kind of trying to prevent all the CC potential push, potential punish coming in from the side of Team Saints. But it looks like with this Lord into the side of Eggs, they are trying to push up these lanes, but the lanes aren't really synced, knowing that the members just did die and just came back towards the castle, said hello, and went back into the map. But Lauren's doing a little bit of cleanup and getting this economy once again. But I feel like the Voliere is really going to play a big deal when it comes to these team fights. But look at Hayes coming in with the conceal play directly on Sunny.
A conceal to another conceal. The conceal for the chase and the conceal for the evasive maneuver. But you are going to see Faith pick up another turret on the bottom side. That is going to be the 2-2 falling in favor for Los Eggs. And now the clash on the way. Fatal Links for the set onto Sunny. You are going to see both teams fighting it out, trying to get a pick off. Blazer rushing in with the Raging Slash, take down Sunny. Down goes the manipulation from Eve, trying to get a pick off of her own. Faith with Killing Spree is going to take down St. Laurent on the Granger. That is going to be a kill into the hands of Claude, the marksman for the side of Los Eggs. But are they done here? Will they give Team Saint some room to breathe? Both of these teams competing for match point as they are tied 1-1, and any team can take this series. But look at Atlas running in. Perfect match. Does he have the Fatal Links? Maybe a little bit more on the respawn timer. Not going to be able to get it in time. And it looks like Los Eggs is going to go ahead and push back and kind of acknowledge, hey, we took a lot from this engagement, and now's the time to kind of pull our punches and wait for the next opportunity.
Yeah, the next Luminous Lord is going to pop on in about 40 seconds, and we do know that the this is where the Fredrin really shines towards that mid late game, right? He is going to get extremely tanky. 2 antiques have been picked up by the side of Los Eggs. Let's take a really quick item check here, knowing that we are getting to that mid game, late game power spike, and knowing that these items are really going to play a big beneficial role when it comes to these little altercations coming out everywhere on the map. But it looks like Esme is going to build that full tank build, knowing that it is an EXP laner against a Lapu, but no, I can't can't talk about these items, Wheezy.
Super Haze is going to get the Fatal Links comboed with that manipulation. Now both teams fighting it out, a lot on the line. Blazing away to the backline. Faith trying to get a pick off. But speaking of pickoffs, Yana going to take down Saint Laurent. That is the jungler down for the side of Team Saint. As Lord is going to spawn in. Atlas is going to steal the camera from us, though. You are going to see Blazer in a bad situation. Vin going to burst him down with the power of Esmeralda, the Queen of Shield. And with that trade, with that clash, you're going to see Los Eggs capitalize and win this neutral objective, taking this Lord with no contest.
Three members down on the side of Team Saints, but Lord is going to be uncontested into the favor of Los Eggs. Hayes just got a little bit of vision, but he is going to back off. He does not want to get picked off, especially in this moment. But Wheezy, can I now do an item check without getting cut off, Wheezy? All right, let's look at these items. Though we do see Claude coming in with actually a semi-complete Trinity build, knowing that he is missing the corrosion, but he did need that Athena shield for that Lunox, especially in the early game. Immortality has been picked off by the Roam for the side of Team Saint, knowing that he is going to have two chances when it comes to his next fight. I do see that Valir has locked in 3 core items, Glowing, Ice, and Divine, knowing that there is a little bit of penetration coming in from the Mage, but I can't snooze. On the side of Team Saint, right, there is the Book, the Enchanted Talisman, the Ice Queen 1 coming in, and actually Brute, which the Eve opted in for the Fredder and the Claude, a little bit of defense to kind of help her when it comes to these team fights. But Sunny is looking for something, and Hayes is still looking on the defensive route, knowing that the Lord is still getting pushed in, but they're just really focused on trying to clear these lanes, knowing that they aren't really at the advantage right now to be fighting anything. But looks like Sunny is still trying to look for something. Numen Blast connecting here
with the left flicker, gonna get a set. Now down goes the manipulation to respond. Faith to the mega kill, takes down Blazer. Both teams fighting it out. Eve's gonna take down Sunny. Fight not over though. Faith is gonna go ahead and take the inhibitor and now make their way into the Nexus. But look at Eve bursted down by Yana on this Valir, and it looks like the side of Los Eggs needs to pull their punches. They lost Sunny, they lost their Roam, their frontline positioning, but they are gonna be able to take that inhibitor on the top side.
Yeah, nice. I mean, they came what they came for, right? All inhibitor turrets are down. They did lose a member, but they did end up killing 2 members on the side of Team Saint. So do we have enough chairs, we see? We have enough chairs, right? We did have 3 members pulled back into the caster's desk, but we do know that there is the next Lord coming up in about a minute. So they do want to take this time to think, what do they really want to do here, right? We do have the lanes pushing. Lantern has been popped by side of Team Saint, and I just want to put all my focus right now towards Ven on this Esmeralda. No, Hayes wants to go into Fatal Links, does connect on this Fredderin.
Team Saint putting their focus on the jungler for the side of Los Eggs. With that set, down goes the Praiser's Wrath, and now the taunt with the energy eruption, and Super Hayes just cannot get out of there. You are going to see the immortality being procced, and my God, what else does it take to burst down this Atlas? Unstoppable as Los Eggs is pushing in to the base for the side of Team Saint. Saint Snow going to take down the tank as well and get a double, taking out Faith, shutting him down. Frederick going to take out Saint Snow to respond, but they are not done there. You are going to see Vin and Fredrin and also Yana still alive, but looking at the side of Team Saint, they still have a marksman and a mage to be able to contest with the range damage, meaning they have the advantage when it comes to this 3v3 fight. So that is going to force again Los Eggs to pull their punches.
Yeah, so knowing that the marksman with the side of Eggs, Faith kind of overextended in that team fight, right? He did actually kind of shove towards into the evil, the manipulation, and actually got caught out by Lauren on this Granger. And knowing that both junglers are up, it's actually 4v3 right now. Knowing that they don't have the advantage, but a real world manipulation coming out by the Eve.
You are going to see a big engagement on the way. The manipulation being dropped. A lot of utility has been used. Eve is going to rush out, but still in position for the range damage. A raging slash over there from this fighter. Blazer is trying to provide the damage for his team. Both teams realize how high of a priority this Lord is. Vin going to burst down Saint Laurent, finding the jungler of Team Saint. Saint Snow going to take down Vin. The taunt with the energy eruption. Yana going to take down Saint Snow. Faith going to take down Super Haze with the blazing duet, but Eve going to burst down Fredrin. Look at Blazer though, hit with the searing turret and the damage from Faith on this Claude, who picks up a double kill, and that is going to leave Eve by herself. How did this happen? Where did they go wrong? Can they close it out? Look at Valir, backdoor play, searing turret, the fireballs, not enough, and you are going to see Eve shut him down, but not before Faith takes the Nexus, and ladies and gentlemen, Los Eggs takes the first series.
That is a very well played game by coming in from Eggs. And honestly, as this being the third match when that both were at neck to neck, they did prioritize that one team fight where once the real manipulation got dropped by Naive, it was their time to go, their time to shine, knowing that they did a little bit of an overextension on that Lord. And if it was a more proper fight when it came to that situation, they could have had the Lord into their hands. But let's take a look at these scores. And just like Rem loves to do it, we're going to give them a little bit of score credit here. We do see an A+ coming in from Faith, locking in the MVP. 9-3-10 full build actually getting locked in by the side of Marksman on the side of not Team Saint, Los Eggs coming in. But we do see right under there, we do see that Frederick actually locking in 9.8, which is actually not bad at all, knowing that everyone on the team actually did pretty well. Sunny died a little bit too much. Looks like he died 8 times, but he was body bagging a lot of damage coming in since that early game, especially when it comes to neutral ejected turtles. But let's take a really quick look at these stats here, knowing that this is where the actual team fight engagements come in. And we do see that Faith locking in the most damage when it came to this turret and split pushing, right? 85%, knowing that he did push up a lot of these turrets. But let's look at Esmeralda and Lolita real quick. 22% damage actually taken, knowing that that's actually only a 2% difference coming in from the Roam and the EXP laner, knowing that they did body back a lot of stuff when it came to those clashes. But Frederick is dominating in that damage taken area, 34%, knowing that he was there for all the team fights, knowing that he was the front liner essentially compared from Sunny. But damage to get locked in the most by Faith, and right under there is actually Valier. And I did highlight this Valier, right? He is a really big menace and a really big punish when it comes to early game damage. So looks like the damage most input actually came from the Marksman and the Mage. But congratulations, Los Eggs, you did really shine in this game, knowing that you guys had the right potential picks and you guys went for the right fights. But good job on sweeping the Series 1. I hope to see you guys in the next matches, in the future MLSA matches.
Man, what a game. Los Eggs able to take the win, able to turn it around with the reverse Uno sweep. And I gotta say, that was interesting, right? We got to see a lot of heavy engagement from both sides. That was a 17-minute game, 22-26, but there can only be one winner, and that was Los Eggs. And honestly, you're seeing the high elo of these teams getting ready for the NACT Spring Season. Registration currently open, so make sure you guys sign up for that if you do want to be able to go toe-to-toe with some of the teams you're going to see today and so much more that you'll see throughout the week. And now, speaking about future matches going forward, Series 2 is going to be a team I've never seen before, a name I've never seen before either. Salsa Lagu Bang going up against Excellent Era. Excellent Era, a team we've seen compete time and time again since Season 1 of the opening gates of MLSA. And then to finish off the day for Series 3, we are going to be seeing Fnatic Esports going up against Shadow 9, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. We appreciate everybody tuning in. Make sure you guys register on the MLSA Discord server now if you do want to compete and be up to date with ongoing events for 2023. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as Salsa Lagu Bang and Excellent Era are preparing to jump inside of the draft for Series 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, We respect you back. You doubt us. We will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. All these features for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid-lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Mobazane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your age? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and are already ready for Series 2. Two amazing teams ready to compete it out. We have Excellent Era, but this is a revamp. Actually considered a brand new team, but the same name, but they're going to definitely have to earn it. We are going to be seeing Excellent Era with the new roster going up against Salsa Lagu Bang. Definitely having to read each word so it's not a little bit of that tongue twister. A new team inside of the MLSA for Season 2, and this is going to be our first time seeing them. This is their debut game, so expecting a lot of great things. But speaking of great things, we do have a debut round-robin caster table. We are going to have Gosu Yue, Master Rim, and also Eunice from NACT to kind of break down not only the items and keys to victory, but also these engagements. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. I do have two wonderful people behind me and by my side to kind of push us through the game today. We do see a new team coming up here, and I've never seen them before either. And I have heard of Excellent Era, but I haven't really seen their actual new players, knowing that they have a new lineup. So I'm kind of interested. I can't say too much about the players. A lot of really new faces. I don't know any of these people. I don't know if Rem or Yue personally knows any of these people. We do not, but we are about to get into the ban phase, and knowing that these are two new teams, right? Usually, knowing that we have cast a lot of MLSA matches, we do kind of expect what the bans are going to come in, depending on the teams. Like, for example, we've had, I think it was actually the Huevo, actually, they banned out 5 marksmen into the trap phase, and I think that was funny as hell. But, like, knowing that we do have 2 new teams up here, we actually see a first ban already out, and it's actually going to be Natan from the side of Accent Era. And Yue, I know that you've seen the my match actually yesterday. We actually had a Natan getting slotted twice in the marksman lane. And how are you feeling so far about this Natan getting slotted in the line of Dawn?
Yeah, you know, Sui did extremely well on the Natan in the Carpian Dia match that you guys had yesterday, and it was really impressive. But for me, right, with the Natan being banned out, it just only means that there is going to be so many different heroes available. Right, we've been seeing a lot of Fredrins being banned out, a lot of the Glues, the Joys, you know, even the Eve, Faramis, or even the Valentina. And you know, the last match we did see that Faramis just win almost every single game. So Rem, I know you're excited to see this match. This is the first time of us doing this trio cast together. You know, what kind of bans do you think you're going to be excited to see today?
You know, I'm excited. I got peer pressure to be up here right now. This is misinformation, all right? But jokes aside, though, looking at these drafts, some very serious things being denied on the board, right? We are seeing 2 strong marksmen recently due to the current patches and those item changes, right? We did see Natan having some more flexibility in terms of his build route. Same with this Cabby, right? Being able to slot in those street core items and then build in for some magic and physical defense, whichever is prevalent to the match, right? But speaking of things being prevalent here, someone who's able to just kind of be a nuisance in that jungle and basically make these objective secures be a little bit easier because of what he has going for him, which, as we call him, the walking petrify, right? That Fredrin being taken off of the board. Ardlot as well. For the side of Excellent Era, right now, there's not a lot of versatility in the bans per se, but there's going to be a lot of versatile picks that's going to be walked in on the board. And the big question I'm going to shoot to you, Eunice, is they're banning out these heroes that you have answers for, right? But they're still leaving a lot of strong things on the board right now. What would you like to see both of these teams pick up?
I feel like it really depends on this last ban, knowing that it's either going to be, looks like that's going to be a glue. So I already see 3 heroes on the board. I would immediately slot Kaja, Valentina, or Eve. Knowing that those 3 really good picks right now are really, really bad, especially when it goes. But that actually, I mean, that's also not a bad pick, knowing that Julian just did get a brand new patch and it comes to that damage input towards that mid and late game spike. But actually not the pick that I was actually intentionally looking for, right? They did ban out the Joy, and I would expect a Kasha getting picked up, knowing that even if they were to go Valentina or Eve or anyone that I just mentioned, they can just easily just ult, use the Divine Judgment, and kind of just use a single target suppression coming in from the side of Salsa, being able to kind of just menace whoever is on there. But no, I mean, these picks, I mean, it's a Lolita into a Barat into a Julian, and I'm still seeing Eve and Valentina and Kaja getting walked. So Yue, you are a roam player, and I've seen you play Kaja multiple times, and you should be the one that really, really, truly knows the power and the menace when it comes to this Kaja, using the Divine Judgment to kind of pick whoever you want when it comes to these team fights, especially the ones that are causing a bit disturbance in your piece when it comes to your 5v5 fights. So you're not seeing a Kaja getting picked up at all right now. So how are you feeling right now, especially with this Eve and this Valentina still walking, with the Kaja still open? What are your thoughts right now?
I'm honestly pretty confused, Eunice. You know, the Kaja being traditionally one of those picks up on that first pick priority, being able to use that Divine Judgment to be able to just lock one enemy and suppress them and kill them. And they typically, you know, with the Kaja strategy, it's just rinse and repeat. But we do have this Kufra and Lapu Lapu being picked up, right? The Lapu Lapu, again, one of the best EXP laners on the table right now, especially with the Glue and the Joy being banned out, right? And then this Kufra against this Lolita matchup. For me, it's a little bit interesting because again, the Kaja's on the table, the Grok is also available. There could also be a Chow or even a Ruby being picked up, but they did opt to go for these more of a utility or team fight based sets. The Kufra with that Tyrant's Rage, be able to just knock around enemies onto that wall, and a bouncing ball, you know, typically used against assassins, right? But you know, the side of Salsa Lagu Bang decided to pick up that Barats instead, and there is really no assassin to, you know, deal with that bouncing ball coming in from the Kufra. So, you know, Rem, here's the question coming into you right now, right? No marksmans are on the board. I do see some bans being picked up on these, onto that gold lane. Do you think they're gonna pick up maybe a Lunox to go against some of the tanky fighters coming in from Salsa, or do you think maybe they're gonna pick up something more traditional?
I'm definitely gonna lean into that route of the more traditional, right? Looking at their composition right now, the only mage that they can slot in, like you mentioned, that Lunox, right? Maybe even that Howard would have an easy time in that goal lane, but that is a Barats, a Lolita, and an Esmeralda. And let me tell you, when I saw this Esmeralda as a response to this Lapu Lapu pick, the smile that I let out, you could have sworn it's Valentine's Day, and that's me opening up my present, because that was such a beautiful response draft being drafted in for the side of SS there, right? But looking at what they have going for them, they still also need a gold laner themselves. They have this Esmeralda, and I think they can actually be the one to get more dynamic in terms of what they send up there into that gold lane, right? Looking at their composition right now, they have that heavy frontline presence. So as the game scales on and we're out of that laning phase, right, being able to lock something like that in into that gold lane would just offer a lot more presence there. But speaking of things being offered, they're gonna go and lock in this Kakura, which is gonna be their mid laner. As of right now, I don't like it as their mage. I think as this game scales on, she's not gonna have an easy time to burst down the targets coming in from the side of Excellent Era, right? Even in that early to mid game, even though when she secures that Clock of Destiny as well as that Lightning, she's one of those burst mages where she has to kind of be relatively ahead to start dishing out that damage, right? But y'all mentioned the Lunox, and we're gonna see the side of Excellent Era pick that up for themselves to send that into that late game, right? So, draft has been completed. Eunice, whose draft are you in favor of?
Before I even get to the draft room, I might just have to swap out the star for an Odette with the Christmas skin and give you a present for having a big smile on your face.
I'd definitely be happy.
But I mean, I'm looking at this draft right now, and just like you said, I already pointed out 3 trio picks coming in from the side of Salsa, right? It's the Barat and the Lolita and the Esmeralda, and the scaling is going to actually body bag a lot of people. So on the side of Excellent Era, yeah, you have a Lunox, yeah, bursting down some a lot of damage with the Cosmic Fishing coming out, especially from her ults. But yeah, you have a Clint to be able to do some backline damage with all of his skill shots, and Julian's with the enhanced chains, right? But if I really had to take this deeply into team fights and by the books traditionally, I'm gonna have to give it up to Salsa, especially towards that late game. Yes, the Kagura is not really favorable. It is correct. She is going to have a really hard time getting to the backline, knowing that there's a Kufra and a Lapu to kind of body bag her before she even gets to do that. But I do really have to give it up to the team fights, right? When it comes to these 5v5 clashes, there is a Julian, yes, there's a Lapu, but it's really the 2 frontline heavy people are really only Kufra and Lapu. But I mean, if you look at Salsa, they have 3 really heavy front lines, knowing it's a Barat, and knowing on top of that it's a tank jungle. So I kind of have to give up to Salsa, knowing that they're just going to have an easier time when it comes to these laning phases. I'm not laning phases. I mean, they could have the advantage too, but when it comes to these team fights, especially, is what I'm focusing on. So this early game might be a little bit of a hassle coming in from the side of Salsa. They have a little bit of early game. It looks like a little bit of a clash coming in the mid lane, but they're not going to get anything. But hold on, looks like they're kind of fighting for the lead though.
Yeah, the lethal fight is happening. The bounce ball comes in. The flicker comes in from that Kufra, but still unable to connect. You do see this Bratz, right, playing really, really smart. Excellent Era was looking to invade that top side, but the Bratz, you know, being that sneaky jelly bean monster, he's just able to pick up that red buff on the bottom side before actually opt to go back into the base to get this red. Now Tyrant's revenge, Tyrant's coming in, and a fight is happening right now, Rem.
We do see the Tona's welcome connecting Esmeralda, making that rotation, being able to secure that first blood into the hands, but gonna things to be secured here. Lolita landing that stun, but no, the power of the enhanced change from this Julian, being able to pick up a kill for himself. Esmeralda answering back, being able to escape with a slitter of HP to answer that first engage there. Oh my god, the side of Salsa is on fire right now.
Yeah, and I did speak about that, right? The early game right now is just a little bit in the favor of Salsa. I mean, I honestly expected Era to get a little bit there, and I do see the laning phase getting one in the gold lane for the side of Excellent Era, especially Clint versus Brody matchup. It is range versus range, and looks like Brody is going to be fell a little bit black, but looks like Kindak is going to actually start the engage here.
Yeah, the engagement starts. Brass does able to use the Lotanus welcome, but does die. The Falling Starman was going to come in, but Lunox with that light ult is just able to push them away. Salsa right now, extremely on fire, just like what Rem said, is able to pick up that objective before dying a couple of the members coming in, Rem.
Absolutely right. And looking at the composition, they have this Lunox, they have the Julian, heroes that can kind of be on the aggression in terms of that early game, right? Looking what they have going for them, we are seeing Lunox building into that clock of destiny, right? We do see this Clint having some defense on his side as he potentially goes in for that Blade of Despair as his first item there, right? It's going to take him a little longer because we do know that item is the most expensive in the game. But speaking of things being expensive here, we're seeing a heavy presence in the bot side from the side of Team Salsa.
We are seeing Pretty is on this Lolita kind of zoning out this Kufra. Looks like Tyrant's Rage does land on Hui. Nuna's last coming in. Flicker is set, and Julian is able to pick up a kill, and Kag, Return Apart Memories, is able to pick off a Kagura on this Kufra, but looks like that's the only kill this Brody is going to get. But looks like drops kind of them all low, but not enough. But Kindak is kind of gonna zone out this Barats, and Mafias might actually be able to secure a kill here.
Yeah, some of the ultimates coming out that Daytona's welcoming just was unable to connect onto that top side. And, you know, with the turtle being spawned up in a couple more seconds, right, you do see a lot and a kill actually happening. The Tornapot memory was just too much onto that bot side. But just going back to it, right, the jungle emblem coming from that Bratz, it just means that they're going to be extremely objective focused. And a fight coming out again.
We do see Kagura being able to secure that kill, but that Yin Yang overturn, right? The Brilliance are popped there by the Lunox to deal some damage, but hold on, the Aluminum Blast missing and hitting nothing but the air there. The side of South are gonna go ahead and disengage as they set up for this neutral objective.
The aggro is pulled towards Salsa, and looks like Kindak and this Julian Angry is now looking for it.
The Daytona's welcome does come in. The Lapu Lapu's Braiders fighter stance also is able to engage on the enemies. Salsa being up 4 people on this objective. The jungler does die from the Excellent Era, right? And again, this objective focus type of team comp that Salsa has is just proving that it's going to be too much from the Excellent Era side in this early game.
Absolutely right. And the side of Salsa right now, when you look at their draft composition, they have a lot more going for them in terms of that AoE, right? They have that constant AoE damage coming in. But if you look at Star at the mid lane matchup, that is a single target mage, right? And that's what I think is gonna give the Kagura the upper edge in terms of overall damage being dished out for this team fight here, right? But if we look at the laning phase right now, we are seeing that Brody's already ahead of this Clint right now. So I would like to see the side of Excellent Era potentially get a shutdown. But speaking of shutdowns here,
looks like Lunox loses ult to get around. Daytona's welcome is able to lock in on Lunox. Union overturn used by Kagura, not able to secure. Actually does secure the kill. Luminous Blast coming out on the backside is able to get a stun. Land this Julian, but looks like he is able to get out. But no, he does get a double kill on Hui on this Kagura, and a lot of utility just has been wasted. And Yue, break down what just happened, and let's talk about the items real quick. But no, hold on. Tornapot Memories is about to kill and actually secured a kill on this Clint. Looks like he was too much, and looks like the memory was torn apart by this Brody.
Yeah, the memory was torn apart by this Brody, picking up that Malefic War so early. He's able to just penetrate whoever is coming in its path. The Brass also does have that Radiant just to deal with some of the magic damage and chain coming from the Julian at the mid side, and also that Lunox with the Bravest fighter stance.
going in, and we do see Kufa diving, not quite being able to connect, but Lolita gonna connect and finish that finishing blow. But also that Luminous Blast with the flicker coming in, but the enhanced change in response, and Kufa jumping in with the Tyrant's Rage, but he's gonna go ahead and pick up that Kagura, but Kagura picking up a kill herself. The Daytona's welcome connecting on this Julian, gonna send him night, no more chains for you, and they're gonna go ahead and disengage as they take the second neutral objective.
Yeah, no more game for this. Our Julian, the dinosaur, the Broads did gobble up to Julian, kind of tossed him into the air and kind of pulled him back into the caster's desk. So welcome, Julian. You're about to get slotted back in though, so very nice time having you back here. But we do see that the gold lead is shifted towards Salsa, right? We do know that Barat is able to get a lot of objectives, knowing that he does have the Demon Slayer emblem, but knowing that with that emblem in, it's going to give them a little bit of an advantage when it comes to these economy, knowing that Barats doesn't really need anybody, right? When we talk about these assassin jungles, we kind of need the mage there, the roam there, or like maybe a marksman there, depending on what side the jungler is on. But Mapia on this Barats is kind of walking around doing his own little thing, looking for some fossils to pick up along the way. And he is picking up some fossils as he's sitting at 117. Not too many kills on his board, but he is assisting a lot of these fights. But hold on, looks like a little altercation coming down the bot side.
The altercation comes in, the Tyrant's Revenge. The Torn Apart Memory is able to grab onto Clint. But again, you know, they put 3 people down there. The Brody's just able to pick one up just by himself as they start trying to camp this rotation back in. And the Yin Yang Overturn is able to get onto another target, and a little bit of a fight, you know, just coming in from both sides. A lot of pick happenings, and this Brass is going in once again.
But he's going to be able to secure that buff with that retribution, but he's still going in, dealing a lot of poke damage there to this Kulfa, right? But we see the side of Salsa still being heavy on the aggression, and again, that's credit to the heavy frontline presence that they do have going for them here.
Rem, I mean, like I said earlier, right, the star might just have to slot in the Odette here because he is not looking too hot. Honestly, coming in from the Lunox, because I do know that Lunox does have that early game damage, but I just might have to step in there with the Odette, kind of give you a little presence. If I just could swap around the KDA a little bit there, but the Lunox is coming with 3 assists, right? 2 no kills actually, but Yin Yang Overturn misses actually Future on this clip, but no, Turn Apart Memory still not being able to lock in on this clip. But we do see Julian kind of coming with the hands chain, actually shuts down Hui on this Kagura, knowing there's a little bit of gold into the side of excellent era here. But like I said, Rem, but no, looks like I'm not done. Beaver's Fire's Hands is unlocked by Kinzak, but not able to secure any kills. And the neutral objective is gonna go towards this Lord. But Rem, I mean, if you slotted this Odette in here, I mean, man, you would have loved to see that you are a one-trick Odette, but Yue, I mean, you're looking at this, right? You are a roam, and you can possibly do play some mages here. And I mean, I'm looking at this KDA between this Lunox and this Kagura, knowing that Kagura's sitting at 525, and honestly, when it comes to this mid lane matchup, when it comes to utility, the versatility, when it comes to these laning phases, I do expect the Lunox to actually body bag Hui on this Kagura, but actually, she looks like she's falling a little bit short on her end.
Yeah, a little bit short. You know, the salsa is just too spicy for her, especially that Lolita, right? Able to block out a lot of the damage coming in from that Lunox. And the conceal plays was popped, but it does look like they are going to be zoned out from that top side tower. And if we take a look at, you know, some of the minions that are coming in, right? The bot side is being pushed in by the Clint, and a Tyrant's Revenge going to come in.
So is the Brave Fighter Stance. We see Lunox popping that Chaos Assault. They're gonna go ahead and take down this Lolita. Following shortly after is this Kagura as well. We see them going in for the Torn Apart Memories, connecting, tearing this Lapu Lapu apart, but they're not done. The enhanced chains with that 3-man knockup. And the side of Salsa still heavy on the aggression, but they should be backing out right now. But speaking of things being backed up here, Julian getting pulled back, but both sides gonna go ahead and disengage as the momentum slowly dies down.
Yeah, and with that being said, right, the advantage towards right now, I mean, like I said in the early game, once the body bag and the late game scaling starts to happen, I did favor Salsa. Excellent Era did have that early game damage, which is why I brought up the fact that Lunox should have been able to body bag this Kagura. But I'm just looking at this KDA, and hold on, did I just see a necklace getting picked up by Hui on this Kagura? Yes, actually, that is a very weird pickup, knowing that there is no... I mean, I guess you could say it is for the Lapu, but there is 2 Dami Ices built in already, so I don't know if it's a necessary item, but hold on, looks like Kufra is winding up the Tyrant's revenge, but it looks like he's not going to find anything. And I mean, I'm looking at this Barat, he's doing wonderful scaling. He is looking for potential, another fossil to be added into his book, knowing that he's just kind of going into the jungle side of Era, kind of not caring about anything, but looks like he is gonna pick up the blue. He might have lost it, actually, not sure, but I'm looking at this KDA. Both sides are looking good, but I just have to favor this team fight continuously towards Salsa.
Yeah, excellent Era really has to figure out a way to shut down this Barats, and a fight happening coming in. The Bravest Fighter Stance is able to connect, and the Torn Apart Memory is able to grab up that Lapu Lapu. And again, the Tyrant's Revenge has been canceled a couple times. Now it's finally able to hit with 2 people down. And again, another one coming in from Salsa's side, just able to pick up so many members of excellent Era.
Now, there's just too much frontline presence coming in for Excellent Era to really have a response to burst them down. Like I mentioned, they have a lot of single target damage going in. But speaking of single targets, this Luna is going to be forced to use that Chaos Assault to get out. But the side of Salsa is still heavy on aggression. Going to go ahead and secure that tower. And now they're potentially looking for the end. But Excellent Era spawning in. Bravest Fighter Stance going to do nothing but give a little flash and a little dance. But they're going to go dance their way up to this Lord.
They are going to dance their way up, and Future really was able to defend that well, knowing his name is Future. So they are looking to drag this game out pretty late. We are at the 13-minute mark. It is about to hit that late game power spike. No, we were about to hit that 15-minute mark, but no. Totski is still looking for something. Looks like Enhanced Chain is using Human Blast, is winding up. Actually lands on nobody, which is already utility burn, and Falling Star Moon is landed on Totski, but not able to find anything. Tyrant's Rage is about to wind up, but still no, not finding anybody on the side of actually both sides, and the ult actually has been burned by Time Prettiest on this Lolita, but her ult wasn't looking too pretty when it came to this Lord fight. Looks like they are trying to contest this Lord. They're doing a little salsa dance, as they call it, around this Lord, and looks like Yin Yang Overturn is gonna lock in.
Yeah, the Ying Overturn does lock in. Torn Apart Memory is able to grab 1 target up. There's a lot of members being stunned out. The Daytona's Tongue does grab out that Kufra, and they should be able to connect it. With the jungler down right now and the conceal plays happen, the Lolita is able to use that Lumen Blast, and the Lord does go to Excellent Era's side, but right now they really have to try and back off. The Kagura is able to pick up another target from Clint, right? So right now, Excellent Era just really has to run away, because if this Lunox does die, the game might just end right here.
But the Brilliance LT spawning in, but the side of Salsa right now, they have the damage and the numbers to try to burst down this Lord, but the side of Excellent Era is slowly making their way back up, but so are the members that's fallen on both sides. So we do see those death counters being wind down a little bit, right? But smart choice from the side of Salsa right now. Looking at the items so far, the Brody actually being full build. Is that a Dominance Ice on the Brody? Am I seeing that right?
Oh no,
right
no,
now?
you're seeing that right. I thought I was blind, but that is a Dominance Ice locked in on Brody.
I guess it's for the Lapu. I would opt in for something else, but if it works, it works. But looking at the burst and the damage that they have going for them, Kagura being able to secure that Holy Crystal is gonna give her a big spike in that overall dash potential, right? But speaking of potential here, Excellent Era looking for a potential setup.
Enhanced Chain being used in by Julian, but not able to get any damage. But no, Flicker being burned by Star. Ult is being popped by Mappy, but he is going to use it to get up there. But Yin Yang Overturn being used by Kagura is actually able to pick up a kill on Star, and that's a double kill for Hui on this Kagura. But hold on, she's still not done yet. She might get caught out. Torn Apart Memories is going to put her into the caster's death. No, she's actually going to get out. Torn Apart Memories just lock another kill on Star, and no, she's not looking like a Star. She's looking like a little bit of a failure for the side of Era. But we do see Future kind of defending up these lanes, knowing knowing that they want another future with this another next fight coming up, but that is a lot of utility burns. A lot of members down for the side of Excellent Era. Their backs are up against the wall. There's a 5-man unit blast about to come out. Flicker, nothing lands. It looks like Kindok is kind of put in a little bit difficult situation here. Bravest Fire Stance does come out, actually gets a kill on Toscan's Esmeralda, but the tower is still being locked up by Flukes on this Brody. Daytona's Welcome is locking in on this Lapa Shutdown coming in from Future. Double kill coming in. No, that's a triple kill coming in from Future. Star does get a kill on this Lolita, but no, Salsa was a 5-man team, but looks like they're gonna get that back, and Mapka is gonna get potentially killed off, and Lapu, Bravest Fire Stance does kill, and that's a full sweep for the side of Salsa, and Era is about to come end this game with a very well comeback, knowing that this next is about to get deteriorated. Oh my goodness, Yue.
Yeah, Salsa is just not spicy enough as Excellent Air is able to take this match.
Victory!
Hello, Food Network. Can you put me on to Gordon Ramsay? Because I think there was something wrong with the salsa.
Not spicy enough.
It's not spicy enough. And the side of Excellent Era definitely placed in their complaint. They were able to find an opening and capitalize off of that, right? We did see salsa. They're not being able to quite close out that game. And that's what happens when you're only focused on that over-aggression, right? But speaking of focusing, I'm going to shift it to Eunice to break down some of these items that we're seeing here.
I mean, might not be a little too saucy. I'm looking at this Brody build. I might just have to call Gordon Ramsay again, because what is this 3 damage defense items coming in from this Brody? Might not be able to proc in so much damage. I did want to see Brody kind of being able to proc that backlane, but no, fell a little bit short. But the MVP is locked in by Lapu. Kindok is actually able to do the most amount of damage and actually tank the most. And knowing that Rem loves to do these grading skills, right? We're gonna do it by the books, by the schools. He does get the A+ in there, right? He did lock him the MVP, but right behind him is actually Clint. But these stats really do tell a difference, right? We do see Julian actually did the most damage, but the most taint is actually right behind Labu is Kufra. Did lock in 29% defense, but Clint is actually able to do a lot of damage. And like I said, right, I just saw the items locked in by Brody. Fell a little bit short when it came to that damage, because Brody did build a little bit of the heavy defense route, so not be able to do it. But Yue, talk about these team fight participations. As you are the roamer for Kosa, you should be able to kind of break these down for me, know where the engages went wrong.
Yeah, honestly, both teams played really well. Salsa just was unable to really get that sauce out in this match, right? The team participation just shows that, you know, in terms of that EXP lane, you really don't get a lot of the fights, but Lapu Lapu was just able to get that 72% kill participation, you know, locking in that MVP. And honestly, you know, both teams was just able to group up towards that mid game, fight it out, duel it out. This 16-minute game was such a blast. Now, Saucy, I know you guys just got a loss, so we're hoping for good luck on this next match. Make sure to put some of that spice, some of that sugar into that sauce.
And you know what, Rim, you were right. This Excellent Era is way better than the last. No, I'm kidding. I don't care what this said.
Disclaimer.
Relax, Weezy. Just because you ate gases does not mean you can see the spotlight. Relax.
Oh, man. Ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful match between Excellent Era, the new Excellent Era versus Salsa. And I gotta say, it was an epic comeback. You know, the Salsa just wasn't spicy enough, and Excellent Era was able to secure the deal with the flashy finish with the wipeout on top of that. So we are gonna have to see Salsa have a game plan going into game 2. That looks like they had a little bit of a strong presence in the early to mid phase, but when it came to the late game to close it out, that's where they kind of struggled, and that's where Excellent Era came online. So moving on to game 2, the question of the day is, does Excellent Era get the sweep? Is Rim correct? Is this the better Excellent Era, or will they not be able to hit the mark of their predecessor? No, I'm kidding. Rim didn't say that. Rim's about to get a bunch of nasty DMs. But or is it going to be Salsa being able to take this to a game 3? Definitely a new team, their debut. And I think they performed pretty well, but they just got to work on closing these games out. So ladies and gentlemen, definitely don't go anywhere. The polls are still out there. Place your votes on these teams as they are getting ready to embark inside of game 2.
Travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. All these bitches what stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch your sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your age? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch your sky,
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. The salsa was not spicy enough for match 1, as we were seeing Excellent Era up against Salsa LB. I'm scared to say the rest of that name because I'm not really sure what it means, so we're gonna just call them that. But we are seeing Excellent Era with the epic comeback, able to turn the tide in their favor and take game 1, which means they are sitting at match point for a possible sweep. And the question is, will Salsa LB be able to turn this back in their favor and take us to a game 3? Today, we're going to do something a little special. Not only did we do a round robin with the triple deaths of casters for the first game, but for the 4th game, we're going to throw another caster in there, and I'm also going to join this scene. We're going to have Ghost of UA. We're also going to have Eunice and Master Rim inside of here, and we all are going to paint that perfect picture, and I think we all know what's in store. Maybe Salsa's going to bring something a little bit spicier and shut down Excellent Era. Excellent Era may be able to get the sweep, but I don't know. How are you kind of feeling about this game going forward, Ghost of UA?
Wheezy. The teamwork makes the dream work. We got 4-man on this cast, right? Excellent Era just doing such a phenomenal job in this game, able to come back with such a deficit, especially on most of the objectives, right? And again, Salsa, you know, your sauce was spicy, but again, that kick at the end just was not enough. Now, Eunice, some of the draft is going to be on the board right now. We did see that Bratz come in last time and a Fredrin ban. You know, I feel like some of these teams are focused on that utility jungle. So do you think we're going to be seeing another tank coming in to the side of the Salsa side?
I mean, I did see Barat's getting slotted in, but I mean, he didn't make enough fossils that he ended up getting drafted out when it came to that team fight. But the tank jungle fights really worked well though for the side of Salsa, and were able to dominate that early mid game. Even honestly, even towards that late game, it's just that minus that one fight where it kind of caused him to flip the coin on the board. But honestly, I want to focus more towards the mages, right? The Kagra did go on multiple killing sprees, but I do feel like the side of Excellent Era also has to respond well, because the Lunox was supposed to be the one body bagging everything, and Kagra actually was the one taking all the lead, coming in with shutdowns, coming in with killing sprees, unstoppables. So I kind of want to see where the mage kind of drives its win, especially in that mid game, in the early mid game stages, because we know that once the mid lane is kind of tousled around in the mid river, and once the wave is lost within the first couple seconds, we kind of know where the game is kind of going to go, right? We figure out the player's mechanics, utility, playstyle, rotations, so you kind of get that all right out. So I don't know, Rem, I think I just have to slot in Odette. I'm going to keep saying this. Christmas skin all the way. Might just have to make a Valentine's Day to stick a Cupid bow just for you. But Rem, when it comes to mage lineups, you are a mage player yourself. You did see the Kagra and Lunox getting lined up. So if you really had to redraft this, right? Before you even get to the ban phase, it was a Lunox versus a Kagra. I don't know. Why don't you give me your 2 thoughts and what should have potentially happened for Salsa to maybe kind of maybe get body bagged by the side of Era towards the early game?
I definitely think you have to look at what you're going up against in terms of that mid lane matchup. If you're going to slot in a single target mage, then you want to go up against another single target mage. That's the reason why Lunox and Harith can kind of go against each other when they're slotted in that gold lane position. But if you're going to slot in a single target burst mage against a mage that can deal a lot of AoE damage, right? That's kind of already putting you at a disadvantage. But speaking of disadvantages, the side of salsa here, I'm calling them too much sauces and recipes here, but they're gonna go ahead and lock in this give that's just gonna secure some of that early aggression as well as more utility as the match goes on, right? But for the side of Excellent Era, I want to see them either respond with the Valentina or the Eve here, the Farsa actually, my bad. in response to that, right? But we did see them lock in that Joy, which is pretty strong as well. She can be able to get to that backline while the Eve is in that real world manipulation. But no, they're going to go ahead and lock in this Lolita yet again.
And a very risky move indeed. Locking in that Eve first on the draft, begging for the counter draft. And you are going to see Joy slotted in, who can rush to the back line and possibly burst her down with that Vengeance in his favor. Now, the Lolita is interesting, right? It's not really a direct counter to the Eve, but it is some conal CC. But you are going to see a direct counter from Salsa, getting a little bit spicier the more this draft prevails in their favor, as they have this Esmeralda to pick up some of that shield that this Lolita will provide.
Yeah, with the Esmeralda being picked up, he is just going to be able to body bag that Joy in the lane, right? And again, we see this Kufra and Lolita matchup once again. Both teams just seems like they haven't really prepared so many of these MPL draft picks like that Kaja or that Ruby, right? And again, the Valentina is on the board but does not get picked up. They do opt for that Lapu Lapu into that EXP lane. And again, the Bravest Fighter stance being one of the strongest skills, especially going for that turtle objective early on. He's just able to rush in and stun up the opponent's jungle and just take down some of the HPs, right? And as we go into this next phase of draft, Eunice, what do you think is going to be banned out? Because it does seem like both teams needs that jungler and also that marksman pick.
I mean, the Kaja's still free walking, and I did see the last match, and they didn't pick up both sides of Kaja. So, I mean, I would ban the Kaja for the Joy, knowing that the side of Salsa does need the Kaja to kind of body bag the Joy, because she is running that Vengeance, which will kind of be a little bit of an issue when it comes to the marksmen. When it comes to those 5v5 clashes, the Vengeance is really going to kill the marksman by itself. So, I really do want to see a Kaja potentially getting slotted in for the side of Excellent Era, but I do see the Roman, the EXP lane is already locked in, so I'm not really going to see probably a Kaja getting locked in. But for the side of Excellent Era, right, we do see a Yves getting locked in, and I don't see a Valentino yet walking. They have another ban phase to go right now, but they are in the lead, and they have that first slot when it comes to the last two bans coming out for both sides right now. But I do want to see these meta picks getting locked in, right? We do see Barat's actually got banned out by the side of Era, which we know that Salsa did play last game, so a lot of potential tank jungles have been banned out, right? So it's the Fredden that got banned out, the Barats just got banned out as well. I don't really see a lot of potential. Whoa, a Ballman got banned out. And Rem, when was the last time you've seen a Ballman get banned out for MLSA?
Never. This is, I think, the first time we're seeing a Ballman being banned out here. He's kind of fallen off in almost every year, right? Since that Retri ultimate combo nerf that he received a while ago. But speaking of things being received, this side of Excellent Era reading the room quite well. And they're going to go ahead and lock in that Valentina, right? And that's just going to allow them some ability to kind of manipulate that manipulator, which is Yves, right? So they do have that at their disposal. They also have the combination potential with this Lumina Blast coming in from Lolita as well. But they did lock in this Lapu Lapu after the Esmeralda. So that just lets us know that Joy is potentially going to be their jungler, right? She cannot go in that mid lane. They did lock in the Valentina. Hold on. I'm so confused at what I'm looking at right now. I'm not sure. Is that going to be a Joy in the gold lane, potentially?
Yeah, definitely scratching my head as well, and didn't expect that Martis to be slotted in for the final pick. And now looking at both teams finalizing their draft, the question is going to go out to everybody on YouTube. How are you guys feeling about this game? Are we going to be able to see Salsa take this win and take us to a game 3? Or are we going to see Excellent Era, the new revamped team, be able to take their win and claim victory for the sweep? We are looking at the Karina, the jungle Karina that we've seen go with the tank build typically, up against the Martis, who kind of does the same thing. But Karina is going to have that Demon Slayer jungle emblem to be able to farm a little bit faster. And now looking at the draft so far and not having a marksman, I gotta ask the question that goes to you. How do you feel about that composition?
You know, honestly, the Salsa gang is showing strong draft in this game in this series, right? The Karina is able to pick up that Demon Slayer, again, just being extremely objective focused. And, you know, in a lot of these high level games, we love to be objective focused. We love to get there on the turtles and just be able to grab these objectives up in this game. And the Martis, again, with that killing spree, makes me wonder, hey, he's probably going to build a Blade of Despair or even towards that Hunter Strike early. And he will be having a lot of damage, especially with the damage build. But again, he might not be able to tank a lot of the damage. As an interesting pick on this bot side, right? This Joy versus Brody, Eunice. What do you think? Why do you think they picked up this Joy coming in from the bot side? Because I feel like, isn't this lane supposed to be for marksmans?
It is supposed to be for marksman, but I feel like they just really wanted that meta pick, right? We see them Joy still able to kind of lane pretty well, pretty much for any lane, right? But I've never seen Joy actually getting slotted in the goal lane before, nor in the roam position, which I hope not to see. But I do see the jungle and mid position is very popular for Joy, but having her in the goal lane is actually kind of interesting. But knowing that Joy is running this vengeance, this might be a little bit of an upper hand, but hold on, we do see a potential engage and actually secure the kill, Rem. What just happened up in the EXP lane?
Esmeralda being a little bit out of position, right? Usually the EXP lane is one of those lanes that's the dead lane, right? They don't get the ganks, but Excellent Era being able to help this Lapu Lapu get the upper advantage, right? It is kind of a losing lane with his nerf, but speaking of losing here, an engage potentially coming in for the side of Salsa.
You are seeing a possible engagement on the way. Both teams collapsing inside of the jungle near the top side. The knockup over onto Lolita. You are seeing Cooper providing a lot of vision and frontline presence for the side of Salsa as this turtle is spawning in. But it looks like Excellent Era is not going to push out for this fight. They are going to try and claim this first objective. But down goes the manipulation from Star, trying to get the final hit. You are going to see Martis pick that up with the decimation, and now the Raging Slash bursting down the prettiest, making them look like the ugliest. Totsuki's going to get bursted down from Martis as well, and that is going to be 4 kills already in favor for Excellent Era, now making their way into the first turtle.
Yeah, again, you know, in terms of objectives, right? Salsa should be able to grab up these turtles really quickly. But this Martis with that killing spree is just able to penetrate the enemy so early on, dishing out so many damage, resetting his skills, and just able to pick up 2 of those kills, right? Some of the items that I think would be picked up, you know, you could probably see that Hunter Strike. Yeah, the Martis is going to build up to that Hunter Strike, and Valentina, you know, building that Enchanted Talisman to decrease the IMU and to really just match what the Eve can be doing. And the Eve also is building up to that Ice Queen wand, and that just shows me that, hey, every single time the real world manipulation happens for the Eve, she might get a couple more slow in, but the Valentina should be able to scale well with that CDR. Eunice?
Yeah, the IMU is going to really be a big issue when it comes to these team fights, but Noonan Blast is about to lock in, but no, Turn Up on Memories actually does come into response and actually not securing and killing anybody, but just drop Joy pretty low when it comes to laning phase. But I'm not really worried because we do have a Vengeance running on Joy, so she is still kind of able to take a little bit of damage, but I'm not really too sure about this match. But no, looks like manipulation goes down in the mid lane.
Gonna go ahead with the Tyrant's Rage as well as that stun coming in, and Karina gonna go ahead and clean up that team fight, securing a double kill into the hands of the jungler for the side of Salsa.
Talk about a good play is right now Salsa needing some kills on the board. It was 0-4, but now already almost halfway up to the scoreboard in terms of kills, with Excellent Era still leading by 2. And looking at the gold, Salsa definitely having the advantage, but they are going against an interesting composition, right? There is no marksman on their side. So in terms of actual push potential for these turrets, I am going to see Excellent Era fighting an upscale battle, as you are going to see Flux takes down Joy on the bottom side in the 1v1 trade, and now may be able to pick up another kill. You are going to see Toski take down Kindak, 1 member down for the side of Excellent Era. Now 4-4 on the board. Down goes the manipulation. Battle over this turtle, and the decimation finds its way into Yue. Yue. I'm sorry, Yue, into you. And they are going to go ahead and get that kill, and you are going to see the prettiest rushing out with this Kufra. But I got to say, 0-1, a lot on the line for Salsa. They definitely need to take control of this early game to take this win and take us to a game 3.
Yeah, a lot of items being picked up on the board. We do see that glowing one being picked up by Joy as he gets hit by that torn apart memory. The Enchanted Talisman also is picked up for both Esmeralda and the Valentina, right? Salsa Gang, again, with that Demon Slayer on the Karina, is able to pick up that objective so easily, and he's able to slot in that Guardian Helmet, right? And the Hunter Strike coming in from Martis. We did see the Decimation come in, kill a bunch of people, and he looks like he's going for another kill right now.
Looks like the stun did land on Future, but Pamir is actually not able to lock in on this kill, but no, he's gonna flicker out and get out of there. But Star, no, still looking for a chase. Flux is really holding on to his last shred when it comes to this fight, but no, it looks like he's gonna actually get caught out and get killed by Star, knowing that he is a star for actually getting killed on Marksman. But Joy is a little bit low, but no, they're still looking for a little bit more. Previous Fire Stance does lock in, Mid-Pitch does come out, but ends up a little bit early, but she does get knocked off on the board. Proteus is able to get out on this coup for a little bit of recall coming in from Kindak on this Lapu. A little bit of emo, but no, they're still not done. Wheezy, what's going on?
Oh, what's going on, Rim?
We're seeing a potential clash happening on this Esmeralda, but that is an Esmeralda. Bursting her down is kind of not the move that you want right now, right? They are going to go ahead and secure that tower in that top lane, and they're going to potentially look for a push in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Rim, you know, I was kind of wondering, you were telling me about this new Excellent Era, how they were just so more dominant than the predecessor, and I'm excited to see them kind of competing right now, and they may be able to live up to the...
Is there a new rank as well that you're referring to?
No, trust me, I'm just too used to you. Relax.
The surprise attack.
Well, that's the benefit of being able to talk after Rim. I can definitely kind of put a lot of words in his mouth. But as we are looking at this game, we are looking at Excellent Era leading 8-4 and also dominating so far on the map. They were able to take the top turret, the tier 1, but in response, you were able to see the tier 1 turret for them be pushed in from Salsa.
You do see that Lapu Lapu at that top lane as this Lolita is able to try to close in on this Eve. Excellent Era right now having a lot of map pressure, but you do see Salsa winding up on that turtle buff and, you know, just unable to connect too much going in. That Electrifying Beast is able to hit onto that Esmeralda, but I'm not sure if that's the right target. The Eve does go down to the Bravest Fighter stance, and they are able to pick up the turtle. The Luminous Blast does come in, and they are able to grab that last member of Salsa, right? And again, just going back to some of the things that we were talking about, right? Salsa does have the Demon Slayer. He is able to focus on a lot of the objectives, but again, Excellent Era just doing such an excellent job at fighting before these objectives, Eunice.
Yeah, when it came to those objectives, right, they did come into the favor, right? They did have the aggro, they did have the ground control. Esme did pull up a little bit late when it came to that turtle fight, which kind of put them at a disadvantage because there's no zoning happening on that turtle. But knowing that it is really, I feel like this Karina has going to have an easier time. But hold on, Rem, looks like Tyrant's Rage just end.
But so does the Wilbur manipulation going down, being able to get that immobilized in, but Lolita there coming down with the Luminous Blast. That is a 4-man set, and we see the Falling Star Moon coming in as well. Martis looking for the kill, not being able quite to connect. There's a lot of stuns going in, but his life definitely being taken away from him. But the side of Salsa not looking to let go. We see the Bravest Fighter stance coming in from Lapu Lapu, trying to focus. There goes the knockup from Kufra, having to force that flicker to disengage, but they are just too tanky right now. That is 3 members from the side of Excellent Era, and they're gonna go ahead and find that kill on this Lolita, but fight's not over. Karina being able to take a double kill into their hands, but she's not done right now. Joy looking for something right now, but the only thing she's looking for is an escape as the side of Salsa was ready to burst her down.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Salsa finding the magic recipe is now going to take the tier 1 turret for the mid lane and now going to get a Tyrant's Revenge onto the wall, and down goes Jin Angry over there for the side of Excellent Era, and now 8-10. Salsa turning this around in their favor, may be able to kind of turn this tide and aggression into some of these objectives, as we were seeing them kind of fall short in the early phase, and now engagement on the way. You are seeing the electrifying beats from this Joy rushing into Team Salsa, but not really able to hit the mark. But Kendak shuts down Esmeralda with the Landshaker, and now the Void Crystal, down goes the manipulation. The zone is a 5x5 in full effect. Star taking out the prettiest. Now that is just plain ugly, but Mapia hit with the flame shot on the way out. That's just plain rude, and it looks like Excellent Era was able to find their focus, turn it back around in their favor, and shift and pull the aggro for this Lord.
Again, dude, Excellent Era is just able to grab up these objectives, you know, just getting these kills set up before Salsa is able to use that really Demon Slayer to just get these objectives, right? And you can see Excellent Era is able to grab up another tower on that bot side. And just looking at some of the items coming up on the board, we do see a full damage Martis coming out with that Bloodless Axe, able to sustain a lot of damage. And we also saw, you know, the Lapu Lapu able to just soak up so much damage and putting up so much of that CC and stun onto the enemies. And again, we do see a lot of anti-heal being picked up, right? We do see the anti-heal being picked up from Valentina, and also we do see a blade armor coming out from Joy, right? That tells me that, hey, you know, the Karina is not a problem, that Esme is not a problem. We're just gonna go straight for that Brody. As you can see, a small clash might be happening towards that red side.
Various fire stands did pop out by Kinzak on this Lapu, was unable to actually land any stuns, which means that this is a utility wasted for the side of Salsa. And no, it's actually wasted on Era, but looks like Prettiest is gonna kind of zone out the rest of the members on Era, looking for potential engage. But they did clean up that Lord pretty well. They did not lose any inhibitors. Tier 2s are still up. Actually, for both sides, they are pretty even on these objective turrets, and the macro is still in both sides of the favor. Gold lead is actually, it's the same right now, pretty much. It's only like 100 gold difference. But Rem, for this game, do we really have to call Gordon Ramsay, or are we just gonna let them kind of sit and play before we give Gordon Ramsay a call?
Well, I think it's already spoiled at this point. There's nothing he can do to help the situation, right? But speaking of helping the situation here, the side of Salsa might need some themselves. We do see the Falling Star Moon going in, but the real world manipulation and response, look at the Aluminum Blast, gonna go ahead and get canceled out there. But another Falling Star Moon Martis coming in with that ultimate, being able to secure that kill there, but he's still going in. That's the killing spree in the hands of Valentina. Brody gonna shut down Lapu Lapu, and that's another shutdown for this Kagura. We see Joy with the electrifying beats, not gonna be able to get any kills, but gonna get them low enough so they can both disengage.
What a beautiful read on that engagement so far, and still looking at Excellent Era leading the way, able to take down 3 members of Salsa, which means they're going to have the slight advantage. They're leading on the scoreboard right now, 15-9. In terms of gold, up by about 2,000. You are seeing an early conceal play, though. I'm not really sure what that was about, as he didn't really have anybody in position to get a pick off, but they are going to go ahead and secure the tier 2 turret for the mid lane.
The tier 2 turret does get secured by the side of Excellent Era, right? And if we wanted to paint a strategy for Salsa Gang, right, they should try to find a way to shut down a Valentina, because on this 4, 1, and 8 with a flame shot spell being, you know, having the flame shot, it just means that there is pick off potential onto that Valentina, right? And again, another type of member that they should really be looking out for is that Aluminum Blast coming in from Lolita, being on that 0, 1, and 10, soaking up so much damage, but still just so hard to kill. And again, they are still taking away this blue buff. This Kufa does able to jump in right now.
Parents Revenge is able to land on Yena on this Martis, but is actually unable to kind of have the team follow up behind him, and we do need to realize that, right? Proteus is giving pretty good sets. We did see some nasty sets coming out from the Tyrant's Rage, especially in the mid-river, a couple in that early game stage, but we do need a team to follow up there, right? We do need that Brody needs to be online. He does have killing spree, right? So he's going to do a little bit of damage. He's sitting at 3-1-1, but they're doing a little bit with dance, a little bit of waltz coming into this lore, but looks like the aggro has been pulled by Era. Looks like Yena is kind of looking for something, but he's just going to go for the backline on Totski. Proteus dropped pretty low, but hold on, we do see a Joy backlining. Vengeance popped in. Manipulation, 2 manipulations being popped in by both sides, but it looks like the Hui's going to actually hold that on for a little bit. Proteus is still looking for something. Carragher is kind of zoning around the backside, but we do see Brody getting zoned out by this Lapu flicker. Beaver's Fire Stance. Numinous Blast is going to wind up not actually land on anybody, but on the backside, Martis just got a double kill on Esmeralda. Kill has been picked up by Karina, actually. It looks like a little bit of a killing spree being activated. No triple kill being locked in by the decimation coming from Martis. But no, Karina is now curling on the run. But looks like the Lord is going to be into the side of Martis, which is actually excellent arrow. But no, Karina just got spotted out. Rem, what's going to happen here? It's 2 retries, 50-50 retry. You think it's going to be contested or no?
They are looking for a contest here, but we see a lot of zoning happening from the side of Scar on this Valentina, right? But they have to be careful. That is a Martis. If you're held just between a certain point, he can't go ahead and burst you down. But we see Karina finding that shutdown on this Valentina, which we mentioned they needed to focus on, right? But the Lord did get reset. Karina is still quite low. So if the side of Salsa wants the contest right now, they have to go all in or all out.
Definitely having to go all in or all out. A lot on the line right now. Both teams fighting over this Luminous Lord. 15 minutes in, 12-19. Excellent Era, who did have a strong footing, but with this Lord, either team can make this work in their favor. And I think they realize how important this is. You are seeing Future on this Joy already making work on the bottom side. Gonna go ahead and split push and make the most out of the mobility that this Joy has to offer to be able to provide that 5v4 to force one of the members of Salsa to go down and stop those minions from pushing in that tier 2 turret.
Yeah, they have to try to find a way to deal with the split push. And if you could look at some of the spells that are being on the board, right? The Tyrant's Rage is trying to come out, but does get canceled by that Martis. And again, they're looking for a chase. The conceal play is popped by the side of Excellent Era, but they do look to disengage, right? And a lot of the spells being used on the board, right? The flicker from the Aluminum Blast, the Bravest Fighter stance, it is all coming online right now. Both teams looking like they're ready to fight. The flickers are all ready. Even that dominance is being picked up right now, and it does look like a fight's about to happen.
Bravest Fighter is locked in. Aluminum Blast actually on 2 stuns, manipulation being popped up. This Yi Pui actually gonna lock it and kill on this Joe. No, Kendak is still looking for a double stun lock in. Flicker is being forced by Kufra. No, Kendak wants to look up a bit more. Coming in with the kill. Brody does get that kill. The Torn Prime members, but no, Karina is about to secure the Lord. Killing spree has been activated. This Karina might be a potential double kill. Torn Prime members popped once again. Tovsky kind of zoning out this Martis, but no, Esme's going to secure the kill and shutdown coming in. It's a double kill coming from Totsky, and looks like the Salsa is really kicking in with the Spice Ribs. It looks like we're not going to have to call anybody for this match, as the Lord is getting picked up by Salsa and is marching down that bot lane.
Right, I think what happened was they tried a new recipe this time around, and we're seeing it be as impactful, right? They're going to take out this siege here, but Joy just respawned. Would she be happy enough to get the disengage here? But no, they're gonna focus on the tower, and that is gonna be game 2 and game 3 actually in the hands of Salsa.
What a game, able to take us to a game 3. Salsa dominating, like Rim said, finding the secret recipe in the right moment, and they were able to make the most out of it, as you are going to see them claim victory with an amazing 17-minute match. MVP going to Mapia over here on this Karina, that full tank build that we've seen time and time again. He did have that Demon Slayer to be able to farm a little bit faster. And then looking at the damage dealer, you are looking at that Brody sitting 4-2 and 7 KDA to kind of help Karina with those 8 amazing kills that she did get from that low HP enemies. As you are looking at the data, looking at damage dealt, that is Flux. No, actually, that's Esmeralda leading the way, 34%. And that just shows you how powerful she is with the recent patches. But looking at the turret damage, the man with the plan claiming all the real estate, Flux, sitting at 63%. Overall, a great game from the side of Salsa. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with them taking this match, we are officially going to be moving on to a game 3. So definitely place your votes and let us know who do you think will take the victory to close out Series 2. Is it going to be Excellent Era, the new revamped brand new roster, or are we going to be seeing Salsa put in additional kick and another new recipe to claim this series? Don't go anywhere, as ladies and gentlemen, both these teams are getting ready to embark for their final game in Series 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give, cause this shit just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, All these pieces for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be us strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team from Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season, and I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist, because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end.
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke. And Hoon looking to win back his fame.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I cut the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Talk about an insane match. Two amazing teams competing for Series 2. Excellent Era versus Salsa. And we were able to see Salsa put a little bit of extra kick inside of their recipe to take Game 2, which means both of these teams currently sitting 1-1 with match point on the way. And the question is, who will be able to claim this series? Joined on the desk, we will be doing a round robin. Lots of amazing casts across the Land of Dawn. We have Master Rim, Gosu Yue, and also Eunice to paint the perfect picture alongside myself. How you doing today, guys?
I'm doing great. I like seeing these matchups against teams that's pretty balanced, right? Because when it's balanced teams, you don't know which side it's gonna go in the favor of. So I'm excited to see game 3. I think it's gonna be a phenomenal game, Eunice. What about you? What are you looking forward to?
I mean, I did see two really good, amazing matches where the second match was actually pretty close on. It was more of those 50-50 fights that really determined the end game, right? So the first match was pretty interesting. Second match, it was a very even fight. I do have to give it up both sides. In the third match, which we are going to hop in, actually, I do see a comfort pick getting banned out, so I am going to possibly see comfort picks getting banned out this game, more so the actual meta bans that have been popping up at both sides. So the Brody did get banned. We do not Flux has been locked on this Brody for every single game so far, but it just got banned right now. And I do see an Arlot getting banned as well. And UA, I know you're looking at this draft phase right now. There is a Brody got banned out. Flux is the one that has been using this Brody, and it is a comfort pick getting banned out. So I mean, if you got your comfort pick banned out, how would you feel?
I mean, I would feel extremely sad. Some of my bands pick, like the Estes, always gets banned out when people are going against me. But, just talking about the teams right now, right? Salsa seems to have found that new recipe to really push Excellent Era off their feet. As you guys can see, the Arlot does come out, and also that Fredrin. Again, banning out some personal favorites like that Brody just means that there's going to be a lot of heroes available. I don't really want to talk about the Kaja anymore. We've talked about the Kaja 2 times already in the previous matches, and they're just going to be picking that Lolita and that Kufra, Wheezy.
Yeah, definitely some good picks on the way. Looking at that double marksman slided out from Excellent Era, and now with that Arlight being taken off the table, the glue, I'm wondering what the last ban will be, and it's going to be another marksman, and that is going to be Carry, somebody that we don't really typically see as often after recent patches. And now for the first pick, Excellent Era hovering over this Julian. Kaja still an option on the table. Is a good flex pick, but Julian able to get the job done as well. Definitely one of those heroes who can be a jack of all trades.
Yeah, I do think that they should probably slot in something a little more standard that is kind of dominant, right? They did go ahead and still lock in this Julian as their first pick, but once you lock in a pick like that, the hero in itself, once he uses his full combo, like I always say, he's a chicken after that, right? Just walking around, free to be picked off. And there we go with the side of Salsa. They're locking in this barrage, right? The tunnel's welcome. I was gonna see Julian as that chicken while he's just walking around with no more combo, right? And they're gonna just eat him up there, but we're gonna see them keep this Kufra. I think this is the first time we've seen Kufra played for like a full series, right? So I'm excited to see how this engage is gonna go. We are seeing this out of Excellent Era again, locking this Esmeralda as well as this Youth.
Yeah, looks like the prettiest is gonna I feel like his comfort pit is actually Kufra, knowing that he has been playing for all the matches actually, but looks like it's going to be a different EXP laner locked in. It's actually going to be this Dairoth, and we have seen Totsuki kind of play around with the Lapu, the Esmeralda, and now Totsuki's actually going to lock in this Dairoth, which is actually pretty interesting because I do know that he kind of was playing more of these tanky EXP laners, more of those sustains, but I do see that the second ban phase is already starting, so we do see a Melissa getting banned out, and I just think that right now they're kind of pressuring all the marksmen because there's 4 marksmen banned right now coming out from both sides combined, and we already see a mage getting picked up, so I am going to potentially see a mage or a marksman continuously getting banned out by the side of Excellent Era. And for the side of Salsa, right, we do have the Esmeralda, the Julian locked in once again. Yena was actually able to play the Julian well pretty early towards that first game, but looks like the Claude is going to get banned. So mind you, this is actually now 5 marksmen getting banned out combined by both teams. So UA, I know I've talked about this earlier when the stream first started, right? I have been casting since season 1 of MLS, and I've seen so many marksman bans, right? And I think this is one of them again. This is 5 marksmen off the board for both sides, which is going to leave the pool very limited when it comes to this late game. So are you potentially seeing a mage getting slotted into the goal lane, or are you still potentially thinking that a possible marksman can still be picked up by any side right now?
Well, here's the thing, right? If we want the mage to be slotted into that gold lane, it would not be on Excellence's side, just because they already have so much magic damage coming in from that jungle position, and also the Esmeralda from that EXP, right? And from Salsa's side, they should be able to actually pick up a gold mage player, just because, you know, it should be like a Lunox is going to be able to counteract against that Esmeralda and just be able to burst her down with that light form. There are a couple marksmen still available on the board. I do think maybe Excellence side is going to be picking up a Moskov or maybe a potential Beatrix, since that is still available. Now, in terms of the Salsa side, right, they're looking to spice up some of their recipes. And again, wow, they do deny the Moskov pick coming in, so I honestly don't know what's left coming in from Excellence's side right now.
Now, something I'm looking at is possible Melissa, right? Because they have a heavy frontline composition on the side of Salsa, meaning if you do use that go away, that bubble with that frontline composition, it does actually work against them, who are going to be very aggressive on these fights. And that Melissa definitely one of those marksmen who can create that separation. You mentioned the Beatrix being a viable option as well. Definitely can get up there, but with the Moskov, he is going to be a little bit more aggressive. But wait a minute, a possible Clint may be slotted, and in theory, I guess it can work. I'm not sure if it's the best option, but hey, there's not really too many options on the board left for the side of Excellent Harris. You've seen not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4, actually 5 marksman bans so far. And that is going to be Clint locked in by Future to finalize the draft on Excellent Era.
Now, this Clint, I think it's a good pickup, right? In the first game, we saw the comeback potential. Once he's able to scale into that late game, he's going up against Moskov, more of a bursty marksman. But looking at Excellent Era's overall composition, they have that poke composition, right? They have this Esmeralda, they have the Julian, just kind of go in, dish out that instant damage, as well as this Clint in the future. They're hopefully going to secure a future win again for the side of Excellent Era. But looking at what the side of Salsa has going for them, locking in that Valentina as their mid laner, I think now I would give them the upper edge in terms of drafting, only because there's a lot of diversity coming in with that pick alone, right? That IMU, if she does steal that Lumina Blast from the Lolita, it adds to an engage or just an extra layer of crowd control, right? But she can also take that real world manipulation at her disposal to add on to an additional utility, as well as some more damage being based out, right? But I do think they have better front line and both, as well as back line pressure. But Eunice, whose draft are you in favor of?
I mean, I was favoring the side of Era for a couple seconds, but I might have to give it to the side of Salsa, actually, only because of that Valentina, knowing that they have 2 double potential sets. They're all also AoE CC as well, so the Kufro, the Tyrant's Rage, is able to CC all of them as well. But IMU coming in from Hui on the Valentina is gonna able to copy that Lolita ult, and yeah, might not be too much utility with the Clint and the Esmeralda and the Julian, but I feel like once he picks up this Lolita, it's a double set, and then once he picks up Star on this Heave, it's gonna be more AoE CC control when it comes to the manipulation coming out. So I do kind of want to see how this game bounces off, but I feel like it's still too early to tell, only because the draft with the early game is going to favor towards Era, and looks like there's going to be a little bit of a fight coming out in this lethal here.
Yeah, this Lethal Wanderer looks like it's going to be going towards Salsa's side, right? And just talk about some of the spells that's being on the board. We do see that Petrify coming in from that Daroth, and that really just tells me that, hey, he's going to be going for that kill, especially trying to go onto that Esmeralda. But the Esmeralda, you know, smartly is able to counteract with that Vengeance, especially early on, along with that Magic Axe, you know, just being able to dish out a little bit more damage. And, you know, that's something that's really, really different coming in from this Esmeralda, right? He is opting for that magic damage emblem, and traditionally a lot of the people like using that average, which gives a lot of the gold towards the Esmeralda, especially since he's going to be poking a lot of the things out. And you do see some people being grouped up on both opposite sides of the lane, Wheezy.
Yeah, a lot of grouping going on. Both teams trying to secure first blood. And you mentioned this Esmeralda with that magic emblem, not to mention the vengeance. And that is going to kind of limit her potential. She's not going to have a lot of the mobility, especially with that sprint, to be able to proxy these lanes. If she is caught out of position, she may be an easy target, not because Totsuki, right? He is this Dairoth, her direct counter, and so I'm wondering how well this will work. I know she has the vengeance, so maybe it's going to counter that Abysm Strike. But speaking of countering, Mapia going to pick up this turtle, and that is going to be an objective for the side of Salsa. But wait a minute, Abysm Strike going in. Kendak going to get first blood, takes down Koski, but the Destruction Spear out of nowhere. Down goes the Numion Blast for the set. Daytona's welcome for the stun on the wall. Kendak bursted out. Mapia securing the kill. Huey taken out. Star on the Eve, but you are going to see a Tyrant's Rage onto an Angry. Retribution as well. A double kill into the hands of this Barats, the jungler, for the side of Salsa.
But I do like the rotations coming in as well, right? Clint was able to go and push in that mid lane. So not only is he getting the gold from that as well, but he's being able to scale a little bit better in terms of this early game dominance, right? And I want to point out this Esmeralda with the vengeance. I don't think it's for this Dorothea in the lane, right? Yes, he does counter her in that laning phase, but we did see Esmeralda pick up that blade armor, and blade armor can actually apply through the shields now. So I think in combination with that, as well as this vengeance, looking at this Moskov there with that inspire, it's gonna start to kind of hurt him more into that late game when he does pick up his full items, right? Esmeralda is a magic hero, and we do know with that buff, she does deal a lot more magic-based damage overall. So I think that's the game plan there with slotting in that vengeance on this Esmeralda, right? But speaking of Esmeralda here in a dangerous position,
Daytona's welcome, being able to lock in and actually secure this kill on Kid Dog on this Esmeralda. Just like you said, the damage was not enough yet for that early game stage, and looks like there's gonna be a limited advantage, and looks like Sphere Destruction did run down by Flux, but not able to secure a kill on Future. But I don't know, just like you said, right, the new buff with Esmeralda, I feel like it's really huge when it comes to these laning phases. And mind you, it's a Esmeralda direct pick into a Dairoth, but actually they're doing so well knowing Dairoth is one of Esmeralda's biggest counters in the laning base. So hold on, Luminant Blast coming out here.
Luminant Blast does reach that Dairoth onto that edge, and you know, we do have to give the turtle pressure towards that Salsa side as another engage is happening down right here. Eve is trying to pull up that slow, but again, good disengagement coming in from both sides of the team as Salsa is getting ready to do with this turtle.
Yeah, they are going to go ahead and try and pull this aggro. You are seeing the bouncing ball over there from Ku for the Tyrant's Rage. Now the manipulation going down for the zone. There's the 5x5 full effect, but a Numion Blast from the side for the triple stun. Huey going to go ahead and dash out of there, but can he escape? Esmeralda taking the most out of those shields. It's going to take down Huey, and now possibly taking down Cooper as well, who is rushing out. Mega kill picked up from Mapia, who is going to find the back line, takes down this Eve, and now Totsuki going to take down Kariga on the Lolita. But wait a minute, Moskov rushing in 3v1. The stun. Flux is going to take down Kendak, and ladies and gentlemen, Salsa is going to claim the first turtle.
Absolutely right, but I think they're looking to claim a little bit more. We did see Moskov being able to push that mid lane, but Clint finding a trade there in that bot side, gonna go on and take out that tower for him, right? Looking at his items, he did build up that Blade of Despair, which is gonna give him a stronger early game outburst of damage there, right? But we are seeing the Valentina being able to scale with that Clock of Destiny, as well as some more poke potential coming in with this Enchanted Talisman. But speaking of things coming in, a Falling Star Moon connecting here. We are seeing the Tyrant's Fury dive in, but not gonna miss the mark. We see Eve coming in for a little bit of a response. Down goes the reward manipulation. The Tyrant's range stunning Esmeralda, but that is an Esme. That is not enough. Eve still doing some poke damage. It's a 2v2 situation, but both sides gonna go ahead and disengage.
Yes, but they disengage. I do see a kill getting picked up by this Clint Future, really making flux on this Moscow, but pass. They get a pick up, but hold on. Looks like Enhanced Chain is gonna come out and kind of focuses Barat, but he's gonna come and kill. So it looks like the Daytona's Welcome getting locked in. Looks like Kofor is gonna land a revenge, but Newman Blast is gonna land 2 people, but actually don't know if it got stunned or not, but looks like it did get landed, using a little bit of poke damage, but looks like they're gonna both disengage, but that is a jungler down for the side of Excellent Era.
And really, the Brats right now on that 5-0-3 is just showing that he's just going to be the king of the jungle of this game, right? He's able to build up a lot of defensive items and just using that curse helmet to just, you know, dish out some of the damage. And again, another engagement coming up at top. Clint is able to pick up that Dyroth, but you know, once again, a lot of the kills being traded around these games, and the Excellent Era just really has to find a way to deal with Salsa's Barats here.
Yeah, you are seeing a little bit of a struggle. Barat's leading the way. Now the Numion Blast for a possible answer, and the manipulation. 2-for-1 combo. They are ordering takeout, and Salsa is on the menu. As you are going to see the enhanced chains onto Mapia. Now going to rush in, rush out. Still in this fight. The Terrified too much to handle. Mapia going to take down Julian. Huey going to take down Future. Flex going to take down Karuga. What is going on? 3 members off the table for the side of Excellent Era. Looks like the Salsa was too spicy. As you are going to see the Pretties rush in and pick up a kill, takes down another member. Now there's going to be 4 members out of the board for the side of Excellent Era in the early game.
Now I'm sensing a little bit of tension there, right? That was the Peridius taking down the Star. So what are they trying to show us right now? Are they saying they have some type of rivalry on the runway right now? You can't call yourself the prettiest, because if you're the prettiest, then you'll be the Star. But you know, so I'm sensing a little bit of some personal attitudes coming in there for both members there on the side, right? But we are seeing a lot of answers coming in from the side of Salsa, the way that they're able to layer their combos here. But speaking of things being layered here, this Esmeralda gonna need some help of her own.
It looks like Vengeance did get popped by Esmeralda, but looks like the the dinosaur was a little too much to get handled by this Esmeralda Kid Dog, knowing that actually this Esme, I just noticed this now, Magic Worship is getting run on this Esme, so it is a damage to hold on that Daytona's Welcome. Lunar Blast getting locked in here.
Lumina Blast is getting locked in here and able to pick up that Moskov on the bot side, right? Again, Moskov being one of those marksmen has to take up that inspire to be able to dish out a lot of the damage. And again, some of the weakness that comes with it is he just does not have that Purify, does not have that Flicker. And Daytona's Welcome coming in with Kufa charging up on the side. They do get that wombo combo coming in, especially with that Dyroth's ultimate, and is able to get that shut down real quick on that top side.
Is going to be able to find a quick kill. 7-14 though. Salsa still leading the way. But in terms of the map, it's about even for both sides. Almost exactly even. You are going to see the double knock up in the mid lane. A battle of power. Down goes the Numion Blast, but the flicker out from Karuga. It is going to hit Star though. Not going to kind of slow him down though. Going to use that Ford Crystal to give a little bit of pressure to Salsa. Now a 4v4 for the battle of this tier 1 turret. Who will be able to claim it? Are we going to see Salsa be able to take this down? You are going to see a Dead Tailman's Welcome. And Flux going to burst down that turret in their favor. Now going in for a kill. Map, you're going to take down Star. Yin Angry, you're going to take down Time Prettiest. Huey, going to take down Karuga. And now Excellent Era may need to peel off the Petrify. The Abysm Strike. Totsuki taking out Future. Flex taking out Kindak. 4 members off the board for Excellent Era, leaving only Yin Angry. And right now, you're seeing Salsa coming alive for the mid game.
Now, I do think they are in an era, but not an excellent one right now. As the Sun Salsa's kind of just having this domination for them, right? And again, it's going to be because of that counter picks and that EXP lane there, the Roth being that direct counter for this Esmeralda. And because of her emblems, I do understand the purpose and the objective of it, but that Roth is still there to shut you down, and we see that happening, right? We are seeing some items being picked up here. This Moskov securing that trifecta, and Valentina there being able to secure that one last core item to ensure that the poke damage is there, as well as the burst coming in, right? Heath not quite having that Ice Queen wand just yet for that mobility, but we do see an engage.
Tyrant's Revenge actually connects to a Tyrant's Rage, being able to lock in a kill on Kinduck again on this Esmeralda. Mind you, this Esmeralda is sitting at 372. Don't know if going the magic route really was the right way for Kinduck, knowing that he's just continuously getting picked off, not being able to body bag any of the side of Salsa, and I would have opted in, but hold on, Petri play getting in right now?
Yeah, another Petrify comes in. A kill does belong to the Salsa board. And again, right now, Salsa is just dominating the whole entire map. That Barat's on that 10-0-5. This is someone that Excellent Era really needs to find a way to shut down, as they are able to pick up that anti-heal, especially going against the Barats. And, you know, just a lot of the items being on board. And Daytona's Welcome coming down, and Luminum Blast
is going to connect for the stun, but not able to translate into a kill, and a lot of utility wasted on the board. 2 members down for the side of Excellent Era, still on the back end, but able to kind of keep their inhibitors intact. And looks like Salsa may need to rethink their positioning right here if they do want to push in and take one of these inhibitors, but they cannot be over aggressive, as we've seen time and time again. Teams that do have the early advantage transitioning into the mid phase mess up in the late game, having problems closing it out, and that's what we've seen in game 1. Matter of fact, Salsa, they were dominant all the way to the late game, and then they were not able to seal the deal, and that's where you saw Excellent Era come alive and close it out to secure their first victory. And this may be a similar story if Salsa is not careful.
I think they're playing this into their cards a little bit better this time around, right? Looking at the side of Excellent Era, their only real engage is gonna be coming in from Kagura there with that Luminum Blast, right? But if you look at what Salsa has going for them in terms of engages, they have the Kufra as well as the follow-ups from the Valentino with that Luminum Blast, with that ultimate, right? But speaking of ultimates, the Daytona's Welcome from this Barrage being able to just take one member off of the board, and if he does spit them back into the team, that's going to be more crowd control stuns being placed on the board, right? So there's a lot of CC going in for the side of Salsa right now. And Excellent Era, their composition, they have to dive in as well as do some poke damage on top. But speaking of diving in here,
Tyrant's Revenge getting winded up and not doing anything. Looks like he's gonna sit in the bush being all pretty. And that Trevor's giving vision. Falling Starman is gonna kind of disengage here. But no, Prettiest is still looking for something. Actually lets it kill. Flicker set coming in from that Cooper. Remember, popping down Numinum Blast. Able to land on one person, but Chain, Inherit Chain is able to come out. Looks like gets a kill. And oh my goodness, so much just happened on the board, but Moscow actually was able to backdoor that Lord. Then the Lord actually got picked up by the side of Salsa, and that fight really meant nothing for Era, knowing that they just lost a huge objective that could be into their favor. Hold on, Daytona's Welcome locked in here.
Yeah, Daytona's Welcome does lock in that Esmeralda. The Vengeance was just, you know, not available during that time. And with the Lord marching down right now for Salsa, right? I think one of the things that they really have to try to do is not clear that mid wave. And again, they did clear that mid wave, so there's going to be one less wave marching down as they try to get this whole synced up. And again, with the gold being on the board right now, we're looking at a 9K difference, right? And some of the items that have been picked up, again, Moskov has that Trinity build along with that Hasclaws, just able to lifesteal his way into most of these team fights. Eve picked up the anti-heal, picked up the Ice Queen wand, you know, and Moskov again just picked up that Malefic Roar, so he is going to be doing so much damage in his team fights. So one of the things Excellent Era has to do is make sure they can get onto this Moskov, or else he is just going to be absolutely wild, and you know, try to figure out a way to see if the Kufra just won't be able to set on to some of the backlines, because he did have a really good flicker set early on into this game.
You are seeing Salsa leading the way, trying to get a finish. They do have this Lord in their favor for the top side. Kufra winding up. Tyrus Revenge going to go ahead and cancel it out. Didn't really find the best set potential there, and I kind of respect the patience. And it looks like Salsa not able to close it out yet again. And this is what we've seen in game 1, a similar story. Excellent Era coming alive in the late game with their backs against the wall. Now the set in the turret. You are going to see Time Prettiest rushing out, but Future going to burst him down with the grenade bombardment. Killing spree has been activated. Are we going to see Excellent Era be able to turn this back in their favor, as they are in the back position right now, only holding on to 2 of their inhibitors, which barely have any HP. And I gotta say, if there's any time, it is definitely now. Excellent Era needing to kind of stay focused, keep their synergy up, and they may be able to turn this in their favor.
And absolutely right, we did see that Clint being able to dish out some more damage there. And I mentioned the Esmeralda before with this plate armor and this vengeance, right? We're entering that late game phase here, and I'm hoping that we kind of see the potential coming in from that. We also see this Kagura there on this Lolita. I hate it when players name themselves after a hero and then they play another hero. That just trips it up for us here on the casters. That's so many times, right? But we are seeing a lot of them build that in, and that is to have an answer for this Moscow, right? But speaking of, I have an answer here.
Do you see an engage coming in? And kill has been picked up by Salsa once again, and Kid Doc just continuously getting picked off. Mind you, the KDA is 310-5 for this Esmeralda, and like I said earlier, I don't really think this damage Esmeralda, especially into this comp, is really going to work in their favor, knowing that the Lord is still going to be uncontested into the side of Salsa, knowing that Era can't really do anything because their EXP laner is currently behind the caster's desk. So welcome, Kintok, for the 10th time back here. But like I said, like, as long as there is a zonage, right, you do still have the slightest potential to kind of zone out there to the members. But hold on, Tyrant's Revenge coming in here.
Iron's Revenge has connected onto Julian, and Julian's just unable to get anywhere. And with the Lord marching down, you do see this 5-man coming right into this inhibitor tower. They should be able to push it out as long as Moskov is able to dish out some of the damage. And the Falling Star Moon does connect in. The Flicker comes in from the Luminum Blast, and the real world manipulation does come through. The Daytona's Welcome is able to suck up one opponent, but just is tanking so much tower damage. And with this Lord marching down, we don't know if Excellent Era is able to hold on as they get another kill onto that Lolita, and the tower is just fallen for Excellent Era.
What a game and what a finish. Salsa on fire. 28-13. MVP going to Mapia. 10-1 and 13. Leading the way with the Dinosaur. Barat's on fire with the full tank build. And you know, couple of interesting things to look at so far. When we are looking at the item screen, the Esmeralda Kendak, right? He went for the typical Esmeralda build. He did have the magic emblem though, and I was kind of confused about that, considering he still went the typical, you know, build that you see Esmeralda run over there with that Avarice, that support emblem. So I'm not really sure how beneficial that was. And he kind of seen a hard time. 3-11 and 6. I definitely think that kind of costed him a lot inside of this game, as you had a direct counter with that Dairoth, who eventually was able to get online. I think it worked in the early phase, but the later the game went, that magic emblem just was not on par with what that Avarice could have provided. And overall, you just see an overly good game from the side of Salsa. Looking even at the statistics, you are seeing Flux 67% turret damage. The man's a menace, looking like CW over there with this Moskov clearing these turrets, and overall definitely knowing where to be at the right times. And I gotta say, it was definitely an exciting game. I give credit to both of these teams who currently competed. Well done, but looks like Salsa was on the menu, but not for Excellent Era, and they are going to be able to get that 2-1 finish in favor of Salsa LG. And I gotta say, impressive, excited to see you guys compete in the MLSA, and congratulations on your first debut. And now moving forward for the final series of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we have Fnatic Esports going up against Shadow 9 in a best of 3. Fnatic Esports, a team we've seen competing in Season 2, and Shadow 9, a team we've seen compete in the Valentine Dash, I believe up against the Valley, if I'm not mistaken. So they definitely have been toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in North America, and I'm excited to see how this match goes. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as both of these teams are getting ready to embark for the final series of today.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke. And Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands on, giving up. They say that I finished, but they run a line.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid-lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season, and I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist, because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now. Made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be as strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be as strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? my little flare.
Papa, can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid-lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are officially on the final series of the day. Two amazing teams ready to go toe-to-toe. Shadow 9 up against Fnatic Esports in a best of 3. Joined on the desk, I do have Gosu Yue to handle these keys to victory and also these items as your top-tier analyst, and I will be your play-by-play to paint that perfect picture on these engagements. How you doing today, Yue?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Wheezy. Now, in terms of some of these teams, right, I actually got a little sneak peek in that lobby, and I was able to spot out a couple people coming in from Fnatic's side, right? We do have this B-Bay, right? This guy is a menace on the marksman. You know, he was always known for his Mia gameplay, especially in trio queues, you know, just running down his lane and just able to get that backdoor in. And also Toji, which used to be in the Valley, actually, you know, being picked up by the side of Fnatic. So, you know, I honestly want to say that Team Fnatic really has the upper edge right now in terms of just some of the players, right? And coming in from Shadow 9, a lot of the new people that I haven't seen before, maybe they have been in MLSA, but since I am one of the newer casters here, you know, I may just not recognize some of these people. And in terms of the bans, right, coming out, Julian is banned out at that first phase pick. Again, we've seen that Julian being played during that Excellent versus Salsa series. Julian was able to get that win on that first game, but just unable to close out on that third game. So easy. Now, with the Julian being banned out, right, do you think we're going to be seeing something like the Barats come out once again?
Oh man, that'd be scary. We saw how well Barats kind of dominated, but Kaj is still available too, so that may be an answer, and they might have to go something that can burst that Barats down if he is slotted. Maybe that Lilia and its full power of that Gloom to be able to burst him down, that early game Mage Menace. But looking at the draft so far, still some options on the table. Fredrin's still currently walking as well.
Yeah, Fredrin currently still available as well. The 1-1 is still available. There's so many marksmen being able to slot into that gold position. And also Valentina, right? We've seen the Valentina being banned out quite a bit, seeing Valentina being picked up, that IMU just able to do a lot in terms of that draft pressure. And here we go, man. The Kaja ban is being slotted through. And again, some of the previous game, we just weren't able to see that Kaja being respected, banned out, or maybe, you know, some of the teams over there just was not prepared. But it seems like in this game, they do ban out that Kaja.
Yeah, they are going to go ahead and ban out that Kaja. Now one ban left for the side of who actually they have both sides, so I gotta make sure I call it right. But one
Fnatic
ban on the side for
left.
Fnatic on the left and Shadow 9 on the right. It is going to be an interesting draft as well. And with that Kaja being taken out, no suppression on the board. Joy has been banned out as well. And now the Eve to finalize the first phase. And you are going to see Fnatic pick up this Fredrin who walked through. And I'm wondering if the side of Shadow 9 has a game plan to burst him down.
Yeah, some of the heroes that are still on the board, right? The Fredrin was let through, again, one of those heroes in MLSA where everyone just prioritize bans that or picks that. So I love to see that Fredrin being picked up so early. We did get a little bit of a flash onto that 1-1. So maybe some of the response that Shadow 9 might try to go for would be like a Lolita or even a Fair Miss with that cold altar, just being able to soak in so much damage from the crossbow tanks of 1-1, right?
Yeah, that 1-1 definitely can be a threat if not checked properly. And with 7 seconds on the board, the question is, who are they going to slot in? It is going to be that Lunox, a little bit of burst potential with that Chaos Assault, that Cosmic Fission, and that may work up well against Guapo on this Fredrin. And now, a pick we don't see too often, but he did get a recent buff. Paquito, trying to get a little bit of that light that Moonton is shining upon him, is going to be slotted for the side of Shadow 9.
Yeah, this Paquito pick, right? I did see it. I did see it being picked up in one of the MPL matches. I don't think it did extremely well, but again, you know, he was buffed up and maybe some of those teams just aren't ready for that Paquito meta being back into that jungle, right? A lot of the tanky junglers right now, like Fredrin, is just able to just 50-50 retreat every objective, even if they're down. But someone like Paquito, right? You know, you're going to be building that Bloodless Axe, that Hunter Strike, and Malefic Roar. You know, you don't really have that big of an opportunity to tank up that defensive items like an Antique or even a Athena's Shield. So right now, in terms of the jungle side, right, I do have to give it to this Fredrin coming in and 2 tanks being picked up right away. And, you know, it just feels like they don't really care about this Lunox pick.
And not to mention just Lunox, but Carry being slotted as well. I was going to say they need more burst potential with that beefy frontline composition they're going up against. And I think Carry is an excellent answer. One of those marksmen we've seen kind of be more on the back end now after the recent patches, but still a viable answer, especially when you're looking at the frontline presence that the side of Fnatic Esports is pulling out today. And I think that is an excellent read for the side of Shadow 9.
I definitely agree, right? Carry, one of those marksmen, be able to pop that lightning wheel and just able to mow down anyone that's in their path, especially good against these tanky heroes like the Grok and the Kufra, right? And, you know, since the mage is being picked up by Shadow 9, they are looking to ban out that Fair Miss. I think another hero that might have potential to be banned out would be that Farsa, right? Carry is just one of those a little bit more immobile marksmen. He doesn't have a very, very long dash, So the feather airstrike that can really just burst down the carry might be a very good option coming in from Shadow 9's draft right here.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting composition. They have that Grok for the XP lane. They have the Kufra, and they also have the Frederick, which means they have the early game in check. But I'm wondering who is going to close this out in terms of damage. So I think needing to kind of limit some of their late game damage dealers may be a possible plan for the side of Shadow 9 moving forward, as they still need their marksman and also their mage. And you got to kind of limit who's going to give carry a hard time. We've seen the Harith be able to do the job. We've seen the Brody now getting online, able to do that as well. A lot of marksmen able to go toe-to-toe with this carry, but looks like they're going to go ahead and take out the artillery mage. Both artillery mages being taken off the board, the Eve and also the Farza.
So I'm gonna give a little bit of insider information, right? I've actually played with BB quite a bit. Some of the terms we like to use is in BB we trust, right? He's able to use that marks. He's able to go into that gold lane with no fear. A lot of the heroes that he loves to use is gonna be something like a Melissa, a Leslie, a Mia, or even the Claude. His hero pool is just so huge, and with no marksman bans being on the board, it really just tells me BB can just take up everything. You know, any of these marksmen, it should be all available for him to choose.
Now, he definitely has a frontline presence to protect him, but they are lacking a little bit in the mobility department. So I'm wondering how well this will work out, as Maestro is going to go ahead and slot something I didn't really think about, but it can possibly work. The Akai, if they do put this Paquito in the XP lane, they can put the Akai in the jungle, and then it can still slot another tank roam to be able to help deal some of that CC potential that they're going to need for these sets. And I'm wondering who they will slot. You know, something they could put inside of this composition, maybe not, I don't know. They could pick an Atlas if they do put the Akai inside of the jungle, and you don't really see an answer to kind of a little bit of answers, but not too much to stop him. But now with the draft being finalized, BB, you kind of mentioned his marksman pool is going to go in for this Melissa. And I think that's a great read, especially when you have that Akai trying to rush in with the heavy spin, and not to mention Ryan on this Paquito.
Yeah, and as you just said, right, the Alice could be picked up. And again, this Akai pick and this Paquito can both be flexed up, and the Atlas does get finalized, Wheezy. You know, a Prophet coming into play, you know, being able to just spot out that, hey, they might be missing that CC coming in from Shadow 9's side. And, you know, just talk about some of the players again, right? I do know who Toji is. He is a really, really good Xavier, but I wonder if they're going to be switching it up, because I've actually never seen Toji in that roam position.
Ooh, maybe a little bit of a different roster or different roles for the roster going forward, as both of these teams have finalized their drafts and are ready to jump into game one for the final series of the day. Shadow 9 versus Fnatic Esports. And everybody in the chat, the polls are up. Definitely make sure you guys vote on who you think will take this series. And I'm going to extend this question over to Gosu Yue. For the early game advantage, who are you giving it to?
Right, so for the early game advantage, both sides has that jungle emblem, that demon slayer, to be able to just get to that objective in time, and just making sure that they have an opportunity to get that 50-50 red shoot, right? So in terms of the jungle side, I think it's relatively even. And we look at this bot side coming in, right? This Grok right now is being chauffeured by this Kufra, so it does tell me that they're looking for both for a level 2 early on, even a potential cut, which the Grok is looking to do, right? And in terms of this mid lane matchup, I do have to give it to Lunox, because at that level 4, he's able to use that light ult and just dish out a lot of the damage towards any of the frontline CC. So, you know, in terms of this early game draft, Wheezy, I do have to give it to Shadow 9.
Yeah, definitely a good read, and a lot of frontline sustainability from both of these teams. So it's going to be a long fight over these neutral objectives. But like you mentioned, with the burst potential of Zaru and also this carry, they may be able to burst down the beefier tanks that you are seeing Fnatic Esports draft in.
Now, right now, you do see a rotation coming in from the Fredrin. He is able to pick up that blue buff and go up to that little green crab, or that little green objective, and just able to deny some of the experience coming in from the Akai, right? But here's the thing. I'm not really sure if I really like that, because I'd rather him go buff to buff. As you can see, this Akai, he's able to just move up to that top side, and probably going to be able to get that level 4 a little bit earlier than Fnatic's side, and a little bit of engage happening.
Do you see the engage on the way, y'all? We are getting back to the tier 1 turret for the mid lane. Talk about an escape, but something that the side of Fnatic does not have is any purifies, right? So if Allen can get online with this Atlas, he's going to have some easy sets if he can get in there before they can flicker out. So I am going to give him that slight advantage as this game progresses.
Yeah, Atlas being one of those things really hard to deal with. And another engagement coming out at the bot side, the Grok ultimate does end up going through and is able to pick up that Paquito. And you know, this is just showing that the dominance of that level 4 Fanatics is just really playing their cards into that favor as they pick up this turtle uncontested.
And now going to shift their focus into the jungle for Shadow 9. Down goes the Dawning Light. Look at Ryan, barely any HP. Guardian's Barrier almost sealing his fate, but Yawi with the overextension, Zaru is going to punish him and burst him down with the power of the Order of Chaos, and that is going to be Zaru picking up his first kill, 1-for-1 on the board. Guapo was able to take down a member though, so that is going to be both sides taking a kill, but still in terms of gold, Fnatic leading the way.
Yeah, Fnatic leading the way is able to be up 2k gold. As you guys can see, Toji is getting bursted down quite a bit, right? When we talk about this EXP matchup, it's really, really cool how both of them have that high and dry, looking to just really dish out a lot of damage. And Fnatic's looking to rotate towards that top side and a potential clash.
There goes the Fatal Links for the set. Dawning Light to match it, and Ryan with the heavy spin. Zaru is going to use the Order of Chaos, though, bursting down Kufra. Down goes Yawi. Perfect match from Atlas is going to be able to get out of the situation. You are going to see the matchup, though. Melissa versus the carry. And right now, both sides not really profiting too much in the gold lane. I would like to see a little bit more focus from both teams to get their marksmen online. As we both know, carries a late game marksman, and I would say Melissa's more that mid to late game. So, and Melissa also may have a little bit of that advantage with the zonage from the power of Muddles.
Yep, the power of the Muddles, and on top of that, the Melissa does have that inspiration, right? Inspire, and you know, having that Inspire just really tells me that he's able to trade a lot of the damages early, and you can see the Kufra charging up.
Tyrant's Rage in effect. Dawning Light! Toji able to get the kill, though, takes out Ryan. But on the top side, a possible plan on the way. No, they're not going to be able to get the set. I thought they were going to rush in, but the power of Melissa does have that go away to stop them from getting in there. But Atlas, I believe, with the Fatal Links can still grab her if she is not careful. But speaking of Atlas running into the wrong bush and now hit with the speedy light wheels of this carry, going to use the Fatal Links for the set. But wait a minute, Muddles is going to join the fight. BB in full effect is going to pick up a kill, takes down Allen on the Atlas from that set. And now going to shift the aggro of this turtle in their favor and possibly take it for Fnatic Esports.
Yeah, right now Fnatic Esports playing their cards right, just able to get that pick off onto that bot lane, while you know the members of Shadow 9 grouped up at that top side in that gold lane, but was just scared of the go away from Melissa and just unable to connect a lot of the kills. As you guys can see, Shadow 9 is trying to push out this bot side. A lot of the items being picked up. I see that Bloodless Axe being picked up by Paquito, and also the Corrosion Scythe being online for the carry. So what that tells me is, hey, you know, we're looking to scale, we're looking to go far into this game. You see the Clock of Destiny being both picked up by both mages here, right? And the Kufra is opting for that magic resist, so you know, really just denying that carry. He's making sure, and the Tyrant's Revenge.
Speaking of denying, you are going to see BB pick up a kill, take down Allen yet again. 2 kills already so far for BB, taking out this Atlas roam. And now the Dawning Light trying to take out Carrie in a bad situation. How did she get there? Can she get away? You are going to see the Mystic Field heavy spin by Ryan, but now in a bad situation, needs to get out of there. You are going to see the power of Muddles, but also the power of Atlas still in the camera feed from us for a split second. That is the only bug in MLBB that just can never be avoided, is the Atlas stealing the camera. And now the immobilization, BB yet again is gonna burst him down. This is 3 kills over here from BB, and there all have been Allen on this Atlas.
BB with 3 kills coming in and going for that 4th one. BB is just, you know, able to pick up so many of these kills. You know, with so much frontline coming in from Fnatic, it really just tells the story, right? They're just gonna really push up that gold lane, making sure that BB is able to get those kills, able to get the farm necessary, and you know, just walk around with him, siege these towers, right? So what Shadow 9 really has to try and do, they have the Atlas, they have the Akai, they also have the carry and the Lunox to be able to burst down any targets that these guys set, right? The Atlas really just needs to focus on either the Xavier or the Melissa, because if they don't shut down these 2 heroes, and you know, these 2 heroes will be able to scale into that late game, they're gonna have so much trouble in terms of these team fight potentials.
And now team fight on the way. B-Bay using the go away. Can he get out of this fight in time? Ryan gonna take the turtle with the retribution, but the Fatal Links going down for the set. Heavy spin for the denial. But wait a minute, you are gonna see them rush back in. Looks like Fnatic is on the chase, going in for a kill, trying to get revenge for that turtle being stolen away from them from Shadow 9. And Maestro looking solid on this Paquito. The wild charge, so for the triple knockup. Not going to be able to hold them off for too long, though. Zaru is going to use the cast assault. Killing spree activated. Going to take down Guapo on this Frederick.
So for me, right, Shadow 9 really has to find a way to finish their food because there's so many low members, and B-Bay gets another kill on the board. 5-0-5 on the scoreboard right now, right? B-Bay is the guy that you must shut down, Shadow 9. You guys have to figure out, it's either has to be Allen on that Atlas, getting that Fatal Links connected onto B-Bay, or it has to be Ryan with the heavy spin, you know, making sure that they can pin the right targets coming into this match.
Yeah, you're definitely right on the money. Trust in B-Bay. It is 5-0-0. The man is a menace, a threat that needs an answer. And left unchecked, he's definitely going to dominate this entire game, as he's a mid to late game marksman. But right now, coming alive in the early game.
Yeah, he's able to just dish out so much damage early game. And, you know, with the objective coming up in 40 seconds, right? Let's talk about some of the things that are on the board. It's 7-3, 3K up for Fnatic. They're really just scaling into this mid game really well. And, you know, they're setting up for this bot side tower. So another tower going uncontested, right? Shadow 9, I feel like some of the things that they have to do is punish, right? There's a lot of the members on this bot side as Carry gets another kill.
He's going to go ahead and pick up a kill, takes down Marksman. But wait a minute, you're going to see Guapo taking out Ryan, going to take down Guapo. Fatal Links going in for the triple set. You are going to see Dreamy pick up a kill with this. Xavier takes down Atlas. Down goes Allen. Mega kill from Zaru, getting a kill as well. B-Bay going to take down Paquito. A lot of action on the board, but it is not done yet. Ryan caught by the power of Muddles. B-Bay on fire. Now picking up his 7th kill of this game. Can it be 8? No, Toji's going to deny that and shut down this Lunox, and that is going to be the tier 2 turret falling in favor for Fnatic Esports.
Wheezy, have we ever seen a marksman just counter up a Fatal Links just like that? Because that was such a beautiful set coming in from Allen, but just, you know, the team from Shadow 9 just unable to connect, and also with that go away from Melissa, just able to push back any of the damage that was coming in. And again, B-Bay right now, you know, in B-Bay we trust, he's just able to burst down this Lord so quickly. Fnatic Esports right now on the rise with the momentum, 6K gold lead.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it was wise for them banning out the artillery mages to allow B-Bay to get online with this Melissa. Speaking of Melissa, legendary B-Bay finding another is gonna take down Allen again. What is going on? Do they have some unwritten beef that we are not aware of before this game? Dreamy gonna take down the carry over there as well. Pick up a double, takes down Ryan, and now they are gonna be able to take the tier 2 turret for the top side in favor for Fnatic Esports. All over the board right now, left unchecked.
Yeah, it does look like they have some beef as the Paquito does get taken down by the Grok once again, right? And B-Bay right now, again, with that 8-0 and 6 on the board, the Inspire still able to be used. And also with the Lord marching down, right? And B-Bay, some of the items that he does have is that Croatian Scythe, that Demon Hunter Sword, and that Golden Staff. You know, just completing that Trinity build as they take in another tower onto that top side.
You're going to see Guapo take down Lunox. B-Bay take down only left on this carry, and also able to take the tier 2 for the mid lane, but the Fatal Links into the turret, but B-Bay again is going to take down Allen. What is going on? Is he like hot-wiring him some diamonds on the side? Because, man, is he feeding B-Bay on this Melissa and giving him the power spike he needs to possibly take this game, as you are seeing Lord make his way into the Nexus, and right now hoping to dream. Shadow 9 trying to hold him off. The Nexus already at half HP. Dreamy able to pick up a kill, and Fnatic Esports bursting down the Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, they take game 1.
Wow, what a fast match coming in from B-Bay. You know, being able to get that 5-0, kill score on that early game and ending up with that 11-0 and 9. 22-6, it just means that, hey, Fnatic has done their homework. They are well prepared coming into this match. Not only B-Bay did extremely well, but also Dreamy QT with that Clock of Destiny and that Lightning Truncheon and then Enchanted Tailsman, able to really scale up into that late game. And let's talk about that first pick, Fredrin, right? You know, this has been one of the heroes that MLSA always bans out, and to be able to score such a high kill participation just means this Fredrin is extremely good. And that side of Fnatic, right? You know, they picked up some of the heroes early on. The carry, you know, honestly should have done well against some of these tankier lineups, but just, you know, was not able to scale into that mid to late game. Now let's take a look at some of the damage being dealt for the side of Fnatic, right? You see B-Bay on this 41% damage, Wheezy. 41%. That means he's been doing nearly half of the damage of his whole entire team, along with 91% kill participation, right? So, you know, in the beginning, we were saying in B-Bay we trust. We really do be trusting this B-Bay, right? So, hey, Team Fnatic, good job on the first game. You got another one coming up. And Shadow9, good luck on your next match.
Man, I gotta say, Fnatic's definitely showing us their presence. The power of B-Bay prevails, and that man was on fire and left unchecked that entire game. And I think it was a very smart draft. If we look back at what happened, they took out the artillery mages, which was one of the biggest counters to a Melissa, right? Not to mention, Melissa was a perfect pick to not only deny the Akai from rushing in with the heavy spin, to stop the Atlas from being over aggressive, to stop the carry from being able to push up in the lane, and then overall the Paquito couldn't even get into there. So the only thing you really had to rely on was the mage, who was kind of having a hard time rotating around with all of that chaos on the battlefield. So definitely good game indeed from the side of Fnatic Esports. And now the question of the day is, will we be able to see Shadow9 respond and take them down? That was a 10-minute finish, and I think it ended, they kind of lost in the draft. The draft is what costed them, but I think they still had a draft that could have won, but definitely an upscale battle when fighting B-Bay on that Melissa. So moving forward, maybe needing a little bit more of a game plan for match 2, or are we going to see Fnatic Esports get the sweep to close out the final series of today? Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as both of these teams are getting ready to embark back inside of the land of Dawn for match 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end.
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your age? You know that this is.
Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and officially on the final series of the day, two amazing teams going toe-to-toe, trying to close out this series. We were able to see Fnatic Esports take game one, and now currently at match point, may be able to possibly get a sweep against Shadow 9, and now Shadow 9 with their backs against the wall, everything on the line. Can they turn this in their favor and drag them out to a game three? Joined on the desk, we have all the way across the Land of Dawn from one of the best and fanciest teams in North America. Gosu Yue is in the building as your analyst, and I will be your play-by-play. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, Wheezy. Again, thank you for such a great introduction, as always, right? And did you guys see that last game, right? BB was just popping off after one kill after another, right? And again, the slogan that I always love to say, it is in BB we trust, right? And you know, one of the things that I do think that might happen in this draft is maybe banning out some of BB's heroes, right? Like, you know, they the side of Fnatic is just pulling up this Grok, Kufra, and also that Fredrin, and BB is just able to have so much security in this whole entire match. Now, when we look at some of these drafts, right, Arlott is being banned out. That is one of those heroes right now, one of the newest ones, able to have a lot of CC and also a lot of the dashes and just able to burst down anyone in that EXP lane. And again, we see that Julian being banned out, right? I don't personally think Julian is a strong pick right now. Even with the recent buff, he's able to dish out so much damage, but there is still a lot of things that are on the board. We're talking about Kaja, we're talking about Valentina, we're talking about an Eve pick, Wheezy. So, you know, with these bans being on the boards, what do you think they're going to be prioritizing in terms of that first phase of draft?
Well, now Shadow 9 having the advantage of being first pick, I'm hoping it'll be something that can be flexed, but they themselves took out the Fredrin, and I'm kind of scratching my head on that. That's something you want if you're first pick typically. So with that not being an option anymore, that also is going to give an advantage to the side of Fnatic now. That was something they probably would have banned out. But when you ban that yourself, you give them an extra pick on who they want to take off of the table. And now with the bans being finalized for the first phase on the side of Shadow 9, they are going to go ahead and take out this Valentina. And again, this is going to work inside of the other team's favor. Is usually they're the ones who are going to pick the artillery mage. You want to profit from having the option to pick that Valentina. So I'm really wondering which way this draft will go.
Yeah, for me right now, there's still a lot of things on the board. We can see the Kaja is available, also that Eve. But I do think that Shadow 9 should be picking up that Kaja pick because, again, with that Divine Judgment and maybe a fleeting time put onto the equipment slot, he is just able to use that ultimate over and pick off these opponents one by one. Now, you know, in the side of Fnatic last draft, right, they opted for that tank jungle, they opted for that even tank EXP lane on top of a Kufra, right? They could have added a support, but no, they chose to have this wombo combo double set type of comp, right? So I kind of expect to see, you know, something like that happening over from that Fnatic side. You know, if it doesn't break, why are you going to be fixing it?
And you mentioned the Kaja, you manifested it into reality, and that is going to be picked up by Ryan. And now Dreamy's going to go ahead and pick up this Eve possibly, but there is one counter already on the board to work against him, and that is that Kaja. And now another XP lane that we've seen kind of soaring his way through the Land of Dawn with the recent seasons is the Lapu. He's always been a strong pick, that bravest fighter, the immune CC and the Raging Slash definitely can be a problem if left unchecked. And now I gotta see where this is gonna take us. With that Valentina, like you said, being slotted out, that gives the opportunity for a free artillery mage to be slotted.
Yeah, honestly, both sides of the draft, I'm extremely impressed. These are the type of heroes that, a lot of these professional teams are highly prioritized, right? That Kaja first pick is something we've seen over and over. And again, with that Lapu Lapu being slotted into that EXP slot, there is going to be that counter, that Esmeralda being popped up. Now, we did see an Esmeralda with that Vengeance spell 2 games ago, and he did not end well with 10 deaths on the board. I'm hoping we can see a change of spells soon because, Esmeralda with no sprint or no flicker or no purify, that just means death.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of the Vengeance. I'm not really sure where this got picked up at, but we need to put a stop to that immediately. And
Yes.
we are seeing the Claude be slotted in as that late game marksman, and it looks like Wapo is going to go ahead and take up this Barats. But I gotta say, so far, looking at the draft, at least for the early phase, I'm in favor of Shadow 9. They have an answer for the Barats. They already have the Claude for that late game damage to burst him down and the mobility to get out of that Detonus Welcome. They have the Esmeralda, who can also use her mobility to get out of that Detonus Welcome, not to mention counter the Lapu Lapu and also counter Dreamy Cutie on this Eve with that Falling Starman to be able to rush in and deal that damage as that manipulation does drop down that 5x5. And then the man with the plan, we kind of talked about it off screen, the Kaja, one of the most prioed roamers for MLBB and also a big flex pick who is a direct counter to pretty much anybody with that Divine Judgment, that direct suppression.
Yeah, Wheezy, I would have to agree here, right? The Claude is able to just mow through that back line, especially just to get into that Eve with the Blazing Duets, right? And also in terms of that EXP matchup, we do have to give, the vote towards that Esmeralda, being able to use Lapu Lapu's shield and able to build up that tank extremely early, right? The Claude being picked up, it's also good against the Brats, being able to use that second skill to dash out of Daytona's Welcoming. And also, Claude is one of those marksmen that does build up that Demon Hunter sword, does build up that golden staff. So those items are just going to be hurting a lot of what Barats has, which is just pure HP. And you can see 2 mage bans being banned out towards the side of Shadow 9, right? The Lilia, one of those heroes that able to just use the ultimate to just pop out of Eve's ultimate, and also the orbs, especially paired with the Ice Queen wand and Glowing wand. That's just gonna hurt the Brats quite a bit.
Yeah, you make some excellent points in how you kind of talked about these mages. I like the thought process right now from Fnatic. They're trying to delay the early game presence in terms of damages. Really, Lilia would have been a great answer, especially into that Barats and also with the black shoes to be able to escape from Dreamy Cutie on this E. But wait a minute. Oh no, I don't know if Shadow 9's ready for that again.
Oh no, dude. 10 kills on the board coming in from Bibe on that last match. I think he actually went even above and beyond with that. And on top of that assist, his KD is looking real pretty in this match. And you can see from the side of Shadow 9, right? They did not like that Grok and they did not like that Kufra. The double set was just a little bit too much. So they're just denying a couple picks from Oh My Yahweh, which did so well with the Tyrant's Revenge on that Kufra last game. And you know what this tells me? This tells me that, hey, we respect those frontline picks. We don't want to see it again as Bibe picks up that Bruno. Again, one of those marksmen that's traditionally not used so much in these matches, right?
Yeah, the Bruno's interesting, right? He is going to require you to play a little bit more up close and personal, but he does have that flicker to be able to get out if needed. The power of the Mecha Legs may be exactly what he needs, but I'm wondering how it's going to play into this composition. I would have probably went in for a Brody, but because you don't really know who the... No, I guess you do know who the jungler may be. I guess it's going to be the Kaja in the jungle instead of the roam position. I was like, hey, maybe they pull in an assassin, another answer to be able to get to the backline. But no, they are going to go in for that Kaja in the jungle instead. And I wonder how well this will play off as both of the drafts are finalized. And this is looking spicy, man. I'm not going to lie. I can't really, if I had to vote for one side, it's about a split decision for me. I think both of these teams are very smart in drafting. They know how to get an answer for what they see ahead of them, but I think it's going to boil down to execution. And if we're going from history and what we've seen in game 1, you are going to see Fnatic Esports kind of lead the way on these objectives.
just like what you said, I do think both drafts are looking really good, right? The Farsa with that feather airstrike, able to hit a lot of the backline, especially on an immobile marksman like Bruno, right? And the Aluminum Blast just able to, you know, to stun that AoE, especially since the Brats is always going to be that front line. But again, you know, the Yaoi coming in from that pick comp, using that Cho, picking that Cho up in this phase, you know, in terms of that execution, right? We did see Fnatic able to sweep Shadow 9 in that 10 minutes, along with just, you know, feeding B-Bay up in that gold lane. So again, in terms of, you know, some of the matches up, the matchup in terms of the draft, I think it's relatively even, but it just seems like Fnatic has that slight edge in terms of some of the mechanics.
Yeah, definitely need to pay attention to what actually goes on in the game, not only just the draft, as that is a huge part to the victory. And right now, though, you are seeing Fnatic being a little greedy. May cost them a couple of deaths right now. As Yaoi dangerously low. The Ring of Order not able to take out Yaoi, but First Blood, Zaru is going to seal the deal. And a slight advantage already, not even 1 minute in for Shadow 9.
This is exactly what Shadow 9 needs to do to be able to swing that momentum back into that favor, right? Zaru able to just fly over with the birds and able to get that last hit onto Yaoi. A little bit of a misplay, right? You know, typically if they send 2 people to cut that EXP lane and the opponents are there to deny that, it's going to be really hard as another clash coming in that top side.
You are seeing a clash on the top side. B-Bay going to go ahead and use that flicker to escape, and now going to recall back to the base.
Yeah, right now you do see both of the jungles, right? They are going towards that top side. The Barats went from that blue into that red, so it does tell me both teams are prioritizing that gold lane rotation. And again, a little bit of a clash coming in, a little bit of skirmish, but again, nothing is really happening until that until that 2 minute mark where the turtle is going to be spawned out.
And now you are going to see engagement inside of the jungle. Right now, Fnatic trying to claim a kill since they are down right now in terms of the kill lead. But I got to say, something interesting about this draft is the Lolita pick. And right now, they do have the Cho who can kind of disrupt him if he is not careful. And also, they have Toji on this Lapu Lapu. Now, so I said I think I would have kind of opted in for Ryan being more that roam position and probably taking an assassin on this composition. But I really want to see how this plays out, and already seeing Fnatic Esports eyes on the prize, willing to aggro this turtle. Guapo is going to go ahead and secure it.
Yeah, uncontested secure. I would honestly have to agree because I believe last game and B-Bay right now is getting caught off. A little bit of a miscommunication. I think, you know, some of the teammates just did not call out that Farsa was missing. But going back to the point, right, we did see that Kaja being picked up in that jungle position 2-3 games ago, especially with the Kai on that roam. And, you know, the Kaja without that flicker, the Divine Judgment is just unable to grab onto that right target, right? And right now, you know, Kaja being slotted right back into the jungle. I'm not really sure if he's going to be able to do too much as a little invade is coming in from the Brat side. He's going to try and deny that blue buff with that retry. And, you know, some of the items that's being picked up, right? Eve is going to opt for that book. So no early Ice Queen Wand slow coming in from that side. And honestly, all the other items, you know, right now are, you know, pretty standard. Claude is going to be building up to that Demon Hunter sword, while B-Bay is opting for that Berserker Furies, right? So B-Bay is going to have a lot of crit, a lot of damage as they look to group up onto that top side, maybe looking for an engagement, but it does look like Team Shadow 9 is just defending under their turrets.
Yeah, doing a good job, playing a little patient. They did take 2 kills. They were not able to secure that turtle, though, and that's going to keep Fnatic Esports with a slight lead as they are constantly invading in this jungle, trying to deny all of the farm. And now Guapo not able to hit the detonus. Welcome Ryan going to dash out of there with this Kaja. And you are seeing a 4v4 on the top lane. Look at the turret, though. Stripped down to almost nothing. And that is why also Fnatic is taking this lead. We kind of mentioned this. It's down to the execution. And right now, they are still hitting the mark over Shadow 9 as you are seeing the play. And for Yaoi is going to rush out with the G-Kondo, stunned by Farza with the Feather Airstrike, but not going to be able to burst them down. But Esmeralda, maybe a change of plans. The way of the dragon. Last minute, but Esmeralda is going to shut him down. But down goes the Numenon Blast. You're going to see both teams clashing it out on the turtle pit. Guapo in a dangerous situation. Down goes the manipulation from Dreamy to help him out. And they are going to go ahead and take out this Lolita roam to the side of Shadow 9. BB going to take down Kaja. Guapo going to secure the turtle. Maestro going to take down Toji, but Denton is welcome for the stun into the wall. Maestro in a bad situation, needs to get out of there. Falling Star Moon backs into the fight, not going to use it to retreat, and he's going to be bursted down. And now 4-3, Fnatic Esports catching up in terms of kills and also able to take the second turtle of the game.
Yeah, Fnatic really just showing that even with the good Luminum Blast coming in from Allen, you know, Shadow9 is just unable to connect to some of these kills. And some of the items that are being picked up right here, the Berserker Furies, is being available for that Bruno. And again, you were just talking about how they were just chunking down that tower, right? That's just one of the powers of Bruno, being able to just kick after kick, you know, stack up 2 of those soccer balls and making sure that he's able to just mow down these towers. Now, some of the other items that are more noticeable right now that is on the board, you know, we see the Farsa able to grab up that Clock of Destiny, able to really scale well into that late game. Lolita is building up to that dominance, and another kick.
You're going to see a heavy engagement on the way. BB able to get killing spree, takes down Maestro. Bottom side though, down goes the manipulation. The 5x5 over there by Dreamy to force out Shadow9 from this push, and it looks like they were able to translate yet another objective in their favor, as you are going to see BB take the tier 1 turret for the top side.
eBay did take that tier 1 tower onto that top side as the conceal plate is being quacked. The Jequendo just is unable to connect onto that Farsa, right? And for me, you know, Fnatic is just barely getting out every single time. Low HP, you know, the Shadow9 is just unable to kill as the Falling Storm comes in.
Is going to come in, but the way the Dragon to respond, Dreamy going to pick up the kill, takes down Allen, down goes the Feather Airstrike, but they are out of range. BB going to take down Ryan, and this is a huge chance for some more real estate to go into the favor of Fnatic Esports, as you're going to see BB pick up the double, a triple, takes down Zaru, and Maestro with the volley shot. What a play! And already, like we stated, Fnatic Esports left unchecked will go ahead and take majority of these objectives, which may lead to a possible snowball and an early finish.
Yeah, it just really means that, hey, Shadow9's able to dish out a lot of the damage, right? But Fnatic is just, you know, just getting away with 1 HP. You did see that Barat Guapu, you know, running away from 1 HP. And this is not, you know, this is not something that's really uncommon, because we've seen this over and over and over again, right? What Shadow9 needs to do right now in order to get back into this game is just making sure that they can finish these kills, as Choji caught out in a little bit missed position.
Is going to take the turret, so a little bit of a trade working in his favor. He does get bursted down, but again, claiming some real estate on the map. And now, godlike, you are going to see BB pick up yet another kill. Is going to go ahead and take down Toji and the tier 2 turret on the top lane.
Yeah, Fnatic's macro is just doing so well, right? They were able to trade 1 kill on the bot side for what? For a 2nd tier tower onto that top side, for some huge damage onto that inhibitor. And it's only 7 minutes in, right? Fnatic's really showing that, hey, they have that mastery, they have that dominance, but Shadow9 is able to grab up that tier 2 tower onto that bot side.
And that is a good response by them. But now B-Bay finally going to be getting bursted down. All the utility from Shadow9 to take him out to the caster's desk. And that is going to be the marksman for Fnatic Esports. That Bruno, who's been coming alive since the start of this game. And speaking of coming alive, for the airstrike going down. But now you are going to see Allen in a bad situation. Guapo is going to take him down with this Barat's jungle. But the Falling Star Moon rested into Yaoi, trying to get the additional damage to take him down. But not able to hit the mark. And Bravest Fighter rushing in. He's going to go back in for this fight. Blazing Duet over there from Claude, trying to find the back line. You are going to see the battle mirror image to get back just in time in the suppression onto Toji. Down goes the manipulation. A lot going on the board right now. Dreamy going to get killing spree activated, taking down this Claude. Zaru going to take down Yaoi on the Cho. But look at Dreamy, need to get out of there. Hit with the Ring of Order, and Ryan is going to shut him down. That is going to be a 1-for-2 trade in favor for Shadow9. The power spike they needed, but wait, BB going to change the script and pick up a kill. Finds the backline and takes down Zaru on the Farza.
Once again, so many of the members for Fnatic just getting away barely with 1 HP, right? Shadow9 really needs to figure out how they can just finish their food, because right now there's just so many kills on the board just being left behind, right? If they get a couple more kills onto B-Bay, maybe 1 or 2 kills on that Eve and also on Toji, they should be able to swing the gold lead back into their favor. But, you know, Fanatics right now, they're just setting up this Lord real quick. You know, being up 2k gold, you know, typically being up 2k does not mean you get these objectives for free, but Fanatics just able to grab these objectives for free as they chase down this mid lane.
They're going to try and claim some more pressure on the map as if they didn't have enough already. They are still sitting strong in the mid lane as well in terms of turrets, but they're stripped down to their inhibitor on the bottom side, which is a slight advantage for Shadow now 9 to be able to turn this in their favor. But 9 to 12 on the board, 9 minutes in. Concealed play has been called out from the side of Fnatic, and we may see the way of the dragon for a potential set, but no, grab by the Divine Judgment. But gonna flicker out with the G-Gun double canceled and shut down by Zaru on the feathered airstrike. Almost a fancy escape, but no cigar for him, and you are gonna see the minions pushing in toward the mid lane on the tier 2 turret. Looks like Fnatic Esports without Yahweh not even phasing them. They are going to go ahead and claim yet another turret in their favor and a possible kill on the way. You are going to see the mobilization onto BB though. Blazing Duet rushing in, going to use that battle mirror image to get out just in time, but wait! The flicker! The denial! BB is going to take him down. That is going to be the marksman out for the side of Shadow 9, and make that 2. Dreamy going to take down Ryan on the Kaja. Feathered airstrike going in. Zaru's going to take down Toji to respond while Lord makes his way into the inhibitor, takes down the top one, opening up this base even more on Shadow 9.
Yeah, Bibe, you know, the Lord was able to take out that top tower while Bibe was able to sneak in a couple of those kicks onto that bot side, opening up the bot side as well, right? We take a look at some of these items right now. That Berserker's Fury's Wind Talker, along with that Endless Battle. Bibe is online, right? And again, Eve is able to pick up that glowing wand along with the ice cream wand. He does have that wombo combo, able to just, you know, the core items to just really scale up Eve in this match, right? And, you know, we did see Claude's damage coming online. He does have that Croatian, does have that golden staff, and does have that Demon Hunter sword. So what that tells me is, hey, Shadow Knight has a really good chance, but the conceal play coming in.
Is going to try and find a pick off. You're going to see Claude rush out with the Battle Mirror Image, but the Numenon Blast for the full set inside of that manipulation. Killer Spree Zaru is going to take down B-Bay, a huge play. Toji's going to take down Kaza. Both marksmen out of the board on this fight. Talk about target prioritization working in both teams' favors, but looks like Fnatic still eyes on the prize, eyes on the money, trying to take down Maestro. Is going to use sustainability, but taken down by the Void Crystal over there by Dreamy on this Eve. And that is going to be both backlines kind of currently having a hard time. You are seeing Zaru still in play, though, on the Farza. Maybe going to have a little bit of zonage trying to contest Fnatic from taking this finish, as they are definitely on their way to trying to close this game out.
Although it was a 2-for-1 for Fnatic's favor, they did, Shadow 9 was able to take out B-Bay in this fight, and the way the dragon connects.
Onto Zaru, he is going to get out just in time. Blazing Duet to respond. You are going to see Toji with the Landshaker not able to connect, and Kaja going to take him down. Kaja is his name, but Claude is the game, he says. And right now, 13-16. Backs against the wall, only one inhibitor for the side of Shadow 9. They are slowly starting to find their momentum in their groove, and if they can keep this up, they may be able to turn this around.
Yeah, they could really turn this game around. Just a couple kills as Bruno is able to just pick up that Claude onto that top side by themselves, right? Fnatic right now in a great position, you know, 4 versus 4 onto this objective while B-Bay is pushing that top side. So this should be an absolute uncontested turtle coming in from Fnatic. But as B-Bay is marching down, he should be able to burst down that Farsa, and he is able to burst down the Farsa, but does die to that Feather Airstrike. Now with this Lord marching down, right? The Jiquendo is looking like he's about to charge up, but Yahweh does look like he might get caught off. And no, again, you know, they are just playing this safe. And with B-Bay down, right, Shadow 9 really seems like they will have a chance to just defend this Lord without the marksman coming in from Fnatic's side.
Yeah, B-Bay was definitely trying to split push to take that game, but Farza, Zaru with the denial, both of them taking each other out. Talk about a finish right there. But with the Lord making his way on the top side, the question is, will Fnatic Esports be able to close out this game, or can Shadow 9 contest them?
So here's the thing, right? We're at that 13-minute mark. This is where Kaja is really going to be able to scale up with some of his higher level 3 on that Divine Judgment. You know, the cooldown is going to be decreased as some of the levels are going to be scaled into this game, right? Kaja should be able to grab one of these picks, especially with B-Bay, you know, marching down this mid side. He should be able to grab any of the frontline targets as a concealed play is happening, and the Wave of the Dragon is probably going to connect.
And now the Denton is welcome. As a response, is going to go ahead and grab up one of the members of Fnatic for the double stun. Blaze Duet going in for the damage, but Dreamy going to shut him down. Bibe taking the inhibitor. Going to take down Maestro on the Esmeralda as well. And now the Feather Airstrike trying to clear the minions. Not able to, though. And you are seeing a lot of engagement. Double from Bibe. Able to pick up yet another member. Mega kill over there from Dreamy, taking out the Kaja. And ladies and gentlemen, Fnatic Esports is going to take the final series of the day against Shadow9 with the sweep.
Fnatic Esport does take that final set against Shadow9. Again, Bibe and Bibe, we trust 14-4-2. You know, he's just able to pick up all these core items, that Malefic Roar, that Berserker's Furies, and just able to mow through a lot of the towers, right? And we cannot forget some of the MVPs, right? Guapu on this Barat, he did so well on that first game with the Fredrin, and he's just able to do it once again with this 1-0-14 scoreboard. And again, Dreamy with that 7-1-10, he's just picked up all his core items, able to dish out so much damage onto the team, right? And again, Yaoi with the Way of the Dragon, and Toji with that Braves Fighter Stance, able to soak up so much damage for the side of Fnatic. And let's take a look at some of the scores, some of the stat lines, right? Again, Bibe on that 40% damage dealt. He did 40% last match. He did 40% this match. This guy is someone that we should be watching out for, along with that 81% tower damage, right? That just means wherever he went, towers fell. Towers do not scare Bibe, because that is breakfast for this man, right? Team participation does show that on the side of Fnatic, they are just really grouped up all the time. They're able to get all these objectives, and they're extremely focused on Bibe and Dreamy and also Guapu rotating together, right? On the side of Shadow9, right, we do see a lot of the damage being spread out across the board. The Esmeralda did tank a lot of damage on top of a high damage dealt, right? Zaru was able to get a lot of impact with that Feather Airstrike at that 86% kill participation. But again, Shadow9 just fell a little bit short tonight. Good luck on your next match, but congratulations to Fnatic.
Congratulations indeed. What a beautiful series to close out today, as all of these teams were competing, getting ready for the NACT spring season, and we were able to see Fnatic with their special appearance be able to take down Shadow9. Not too many, not teams we see typically compete too often in the MLSA, and I hope to see you guys even more often going forward. And also with this match, I definitely think it was intense. It was definitely explosive, and Fnatic, every step of the way, was able to find the neutral objectives with the power of Bibe. So needing to shut him down was definitely one of those keys to victory that most teams are going to have to focus on if they want to have a chance to take them down. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to close out today. I appreciate y'all tuning in. A special shout out to all the casters on the desk. We had Gosu UA closing it out with myself. We had Eunice. We also had Rim. And I appreciate you guys showing up each and every day, supporting the MLSA, and also being a part of that amazing backbone to provide a pathway for these teams to be able to compete on a professional platform and get ready for upcoming official events. A little bit of a blast from the past, looking at what we've seen today. Series 1 was Los Eggs up against Team Saint, and that was Team Saint able to get the win over. Oh wait, oh no, I'm about to trip myself up. I believe it was Team Saint able to get the win over them, but don't correct me if I'm wrong. And I know it was 1-1, but like I said, definitely either way, both teams did a really great job. Series 2, Salsa went up against Excellent Era, and we saw how spicy that Salsa was, and also how good Excellent Era played. And it's been so late, I'm trying to like break down each match on who won, but I don't want to give out the wrong info and get yelled at. So good job to all these teams today. Fnatic Esports and Shadow9 to close out today. I appreciate you guys tuning in, and I appreciate you guys competing. All of this was live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy channel on YouTube, and I appreciate everybody across the Land of the Dawn supporting all of these teams moving forward. And speaking of moving forward, next week's going to be a little interesting, guys. We are going to be moving to a little bit of a half schedule, so we'll be live Tuesdays and Thursdays from the same time, 8 p.m. to around midnight for the 3 series. So I appreciate y'all. All of these teams are getting ready for NACT, and also these casters. We do have 3 casters on the desk who will be inside of NACT. Coach Deku, Eunice, and myself. So definitely huge shout out to everybody. And there's Eunice right there sneaking up on us last minute. But no, that's awesome, guys. Make sure you support all of these casters on the desk. I know we've been grinding very hard throughout the year. We opened up in like December, and the plan was to be able to not only help pro teams, but to be able to help casters perfect their craft, and to be able to see 3 casters be slotted out of the MLSA is definitely something to look forward to for going in the future for all other casters who are joining us as well, and also huge bragging rights, and just wanted to shout you guys out for that as well. So that is going to close out today. We'll see you guys